All right. I'm gonna let it wait for this 30-second delay while I go through and adjust a couple of things. Okay. All right. I am back for more Dead by Daylight. For today, just reviews. So what we're gonna do today? Oh, by the way, I've been gone for 3 days. Like I said, I upgraded to Windows 11. Windows 11 has been both good and bad, and devastating, but also amazing at the same time. If you're looking for something new and you don't have a lot of things on the line, like work and a whole bunch of other things, like if you don't work from your computer or have important things like video editing and things like that, it's worth an upgrade. If you do have like video editing software or you work from home or something like that, I wouldn't recommend it till it's more stable. So there you go. Upgrading does not, you don't lose any memory or anything like that, but I have noticed slowdown, especially internet wise and game wise, from updating from Windows 11. So it's kind of a hit or miss thing. It's good, but it's also not good at the same time. So basically, like from 7 to 10. Now, as you can see, we have some killer concepts. I haven't clicked on any of these yet, like the Terminator, the Hazard, Vampire Diaries, Boldies, things like that. I figure I'll just go down and basically click on meme killers until I find an actual legit one, and then we'll review that. So if it's just memes all the way down, then it is what it is. If it's something serious, we'll go through and start reviewing. So let's hop into the Terminator. I'm assuming that it's going. No, it's using the T800. Interesting. Um. Okay. Before I even go into this, if you're wanting to introduce a new killer, don't do this where everything is just, it's not very well put together. It all looks like it was typed double space, so probably in another program like the Dead by Daylight uh, perk and killer and all that breaker, and then it got copied and pasted, or it didn't come over all the way, whatever it was in, or maybe it was in like a notepad or something, or Microsoft Word, or and it was copied and pasted. Everything being double spaced, I mean, yeah, you have like power and special ability and things like that, but you want to close the gap so everybody knows this is that, all of this is that, and all of this is that without having to go through and look. Because, like, if you just go in and you scroll down, it's very hard to tell what goes where. But then at the bottom, it's done very good, like this. Okay, killer first person view, things like that. And then it goes to, I'm assuming, yeah, this is all part of the Mori. How this is all together as one sentence. I don't know why it says. I guess he wants a first person Mori. Gotcha. But maybe all of these are just short one sentences, because here there's a full sentence here and here. You would think that you would make all of this closer together. I don't know. It's just formatted weird. I mean, it's completely fine, because this looks like it's short. Just like a generalization. Plus, it's the Terminator, so let's just jump into it. Power, unrelenting. The Terminator is the ultimate assassin and will never stop until its target is terminated. That, sir, isn't a power. You go from power to just a description to a special ability to another special ability. Um, like, what does unrelenting mean? Does it mean that he's never stunned? So, like, if a pallet hits him or something like that, he's never stunned. He just keeps moving. I mean, what? I don't know. Special ability, temporal warp. Though the original function of this device allows the Terminator to jump from the past to the future. I thought it was the future to the past. I don't know. The entity's realm has changed it slightly. So that's the general description. Which, like I said, having this there, then this there, then this there, doesn't signify the difference. Have the special ability temporal warp move the description up to go under that, then separate what it actually does. So I don't think that this is actually part of the special ability. It's just a description. But temporal orb. Platforms are dotted around the map. So in the locations that pig traps and or sawboxes and basins for the plague and things like that. Press the ability button while standing on a platform to teleport to another one, appearing almost instantaneously. Doesn't say if it's random, if it's targeted, or anything like that. Especially because it's almost instantaneously. So for balance, you would assume that it's random since you can just randomly teleport multiple times. And if there's like 5 teleporters throughout the map, it literally would probably be about the same as you teleporting randomly to multiple locations as to looking and holding for like 5 seconds. So, survivors can sabotage these platforms, preventing the Terminator from teleporting to them. Once sabotaged, the platforms enters a self-repair cycle and will be offline for 20 seconds. Problem with that is, one, you need to know how long the sabotage lasts. If it's an instantaneous sabotage, you know, the survivor walks over, unplugs that shit, or cuts a wire, and is down for 20 seconds, okay, worth the time. If it takes 10 seconds to sabotage and it's only offline for 20 seconds, it's not worth the time. Because in that case, it takes 80 seconds to do a generator, and if you don't want him spawning near your generator, every time you do 25% of the generator, you would have to walk over and then re-sabotage to keep that teleporter down. So this should be extended way more than 20 seconds, because it's not even worth doing. Unless, like I said, it's instantaneous. If it's instantaneous, getting a 20-second reprieve on top of that, you know, it repairs itself after 20 seconds, almost like a hook. Well, it's like right in the middle, because I think a hook takes 10 seconds to spawn regularly, and then 30 seconds with the add-on or something like that. So it for being in the middle, it'd have to be within 5 seconds to sabotage. I would just make it instantaneous since it's only offline for 20 seconds, which is nothing compared to the instantaneous teleportation that can actually happen. So, I mean, this needs to be further defined. Special ability, adaptation, taking damage is expected, but the Terminator was built to withstand nearly everything. Every time the Terminator is stunned by a pallet or blinded by a flashlight, it adapts and grows a resistance to being stunned or blinded. Enough damage will eventually strip the false flesh from a Terminator's endoskeleton, making it far more dangerous but also slower. Unrelenting. Built to withstand nearly anything, but doing more damage makes the flesh come off the endoskeleton, making it far more dangerous but also slower. You're gonna have to define slower, far more dangerous, etc., etc. What are you trying to push? And what are you trying to like? Are you trying to make it like a tiered system? Regular Terminators, like a regular killer with teleporting pads. Second time the flesh starts getting damaged or something like that. It moves slower, but now it does something. Or second phase, the flesh comes off, and now it's a one-hit kill, but slower. You gotta further define that. Then you're gonna have to balance what you're saying versus other perks that give speed. Because if it's not very much slower, but it's a one-hit down, people will just run speed skills to get that speed back and then be one-hit downing everything. But I assume this is going to be further defined down there without even looking. Because that just, the way everything's going, he seems to want to put the skill, a sort of definition, and then what the skill does. So let's read down. Damage tier 1, it is a tier system. Killer blinds and pallet stun durations and speeds are unchanged. So, regular baby killer with just teleporting pads. Damage 2. Durations of stuns and blinds reduced by 10%. The speed is unchanged. Flashlight stuns are like 3 seconds, right? Even less? Even with the best add-ons, I don't think it's anywhere near 5 seconds. I think it's just like 3 seconds. So you're looking at, it's 180 seconds, so an 18 second, or Jesus Christ, that's minutes, seconds, not minutes, seconds. Flashlight stun lasts about 3 seconds. Because I don't think it lasts 5 seconds. And even if it lasts 5 seconds, 10% of 5 seconds is literally a half a second. Why does that sound so dumb? No, 10% of 5 seconds is half a second. I don't know why that sounded wrong, but yeah, that's right. So you're only saving about half a second off of, if there's a weird 5 second blind. I think the highest is like 3 seconds or less. So you're only saving 0.3 seconds. If you're gonna make a Terminator style thing, I would add some sort of caveat to damage 2. Damage 3. Killer blinds and pallet stun durations are reduced by 20%, and speed is reduced to 4.4. Unlocks the abilities to put survivors into a dying state even if they are fully healthy. No. You cannot reduce killer speed only to 4.4 and then unlocks the ability to put survivors into a dying state. There's nothing else down there. Absolutely not. Regular walking speed's what, 4.6? You're losing 0.2 speed and enabling the killer to put survivors into a dying state. No. No. Absolutely not. I don't think so, Chief. That's way too OP. Because the only thing people are gonna do is blindly let survivors flashlight the heck out of them, and then pallet stun the heck out of them. Until they get to that phase 3, then they're just gonna slug everybody and end the match. Probably on the first chase. When people get smart, it takes away the core aspects of the game. You can no longer pallet stun, blind, or anything like that effectively against this killer. So you're stuck pre-dropping pallets, like if you're going up against a nemesis, which is fine, but now flashlights and everything else is useless. So I mean, it's like, then on top of that, if somebody does blind you or pallet stun you or do something like that, which is, like I said, you're still going to be looking for, by the way, they then get put into a dying state instantly. Even if it takes like 10 pallets and 10 stuns to get to this final phase, it's still not ethical for the game. This needs to be heavily rebalanced. They lose 0.2 speed. Like, no. No. It's not even 0.2 speed. It's literally 0.2 of a meter per second that you're losing in distance, which is basically nothing. Like, hang on. So the nurse's default movement speed is 3.85 meters per second. The regular survivor moving speed is 4.0 meters per second. And even though a lot of guides say that you can actually catch a survivor while just floating with the nurse. So I mean, it's kind of a meh. I personally think that it's either due to lag or latency or something like that. But I think the nurse is default 4.0 meters per second, if not 4.01, just to be able to catch a survivor. Just back when I first started playing nurse, I rarely teleported. Even nowadays, if I have a survivor in front of me, I'll just float after them and hit them. Because you can catch them as nurse just by floating. Now, if Bloodlust activates before you actually get the tier up for it, and it's just, a scale of speed that keeps coming and coming and coming and coming, then I could understand that. But to my knowledge, Bloodlust only activates whenever you initially get the token for the speed. But yeah, the running speed of a survivor is 4 meters a second. The nurse's is 3.85. And she don't even have one hit down. She just has an ability to teleport. And you're wanting to reduce your killer's speed by zero point 0.2 and still give you the ability to one hit down. Also, I guess the power unrelenting is this is it a passive power, or because it says adaption, but there's no main power unless the ability to teleport is the power, but you can't activate the teleport until you're on the thing. Well, now it says temporal warp. So, what is the power? Because every killer in Dead by Daylight is technically unrelenting. And they never stop until the target's terminated. They keep pursuing no matter how injured and beaten and battered they are. So I have no idea. This power needs to be an actual power. It needs to be defined. And I hate that. And I've done the same thing, don't get me wrong. But the more and more that I see things being implemented, everybody always says special ability, this, special ability, that. We should find new terminology to actually differentiate special ability and other abilities. Because, like, adaption, when taking damage and doing all of that, would be more of a passive ability. You don't have any type of activations or anything like that. Whereas, let's say, Ghostface, special ability is pressing the button to be able to crouch. It's an actual, toggleable ability. So let's change these to passive abilities. And then these to special abilities because it's a warp. Which in this case, I would just make this the power because the power is not defined. Make the power teleportation. Rewrite all of this and then call it a day. And then have a passive ability of adaption. Pallet stuns and all that reduced by 20%. That is absurd if you run uh, I want to say unrelenting. Brutal, brutal force, brutal strength, brutal strength. It already makes a 20% on top of that, so you would have a 40% break speed and all of that. I wrote on a previous post that I've done how long all of that takes. And I remember that, doing all of that really decreases the timer, but a 40% pallet stun, and more importantly, blind duration is insane, especially for only a 0.2 loss of speed. It says that you're looking at, instead of a 0.3, more of a 0.6 or a sixth of a second decrease on a 3-second stun. Or you're looking at an entire second off of a 5 second stun, which I don't think exists. I think the highest is around like 3. It's like 2.5 or 2.6, but let's just say that there is a 5 second. You would be taking an entire second off of the flashlight stun. So in theory, you would be unstunned before the pallet breaks. I'm pretty sure. With 40% on top of that. Skins. Okay. 3 perks. Carry out. Skynet's will. Alright. Hex. Hunter dash killer. You will not stop until you or your target have been terminated. You become obsessed with one survivor. At the start of the trial, unlocks the potential in one's aura reading ability. You're literally just pulling terminology from the actual game to try to define something that you've created. Most of this is from the actual survivor side, and you look like a killer thing here. Actually, you reused your top statement, went to and used the killer statement, then used a survivor statement and added at the start of the trial. The killer sees the aura of the obsession for 8 seconds, and the obsession suffers from the oblivion status effect for 15 seconds after being chased. Nemesis has the ability to see all survivors at the start of a match for like 5 seconds or something like that. So you've generally just taken that perk, buffed it a little bit by adding 3 seconds, and then blinding whoever is the obsession to your presence after they get chased. This perk is weak in nature compared to everything else, and basically relies on you immediately going for your obsession. So if you're, it's also kind of RNG, because if the obsession spawns across the map, you're probably not going to get to them in 8 seconds. So hopefully they go directly to a generator and just chill there. If not, you're in a little bit of trouble. But if people get used to playing your killer, the person who's the obsession is going to know that, hey, he's probably going to come after me. And by base, they're going to move or go somewhere to where you aren't going to be able to find them. And then a passive, which is good to have after the perk gets deactivated and you're not chasing them, is having 15 seconds of the oblivious status effect after the chase ends. But this perk is just lackluster and weak and needs to be rebalanced to be something more. But I mean, like I said, this is pretty much a meme post. But definitely make this different. Let's see. When a survivor takes a protection hit, they suffer great pain and are inflicted with a broken and mangled status effect for 30 seconds. Broken Bones has a cooldown of 10 seconds. I'm pretty sure it was either in one of the other reviews that I did, or it's an actual perk, that when somebody takes a protection hit, they are already inflicted with something. It might have been in another alternative killer that I do, but let's see. That's Metal of Pain. That's what I meant. There we go. Yeah. Force penance. Survivors who take a protection hit suffer from the broken status effect for the next 80 seconds. Now, you're taking that with the broken status effect for the next 80 seconds, and you are dumbing that down to 30 seconds and adding the mangled status effect. Which, for you don't know, DDD, mangled status effect. Might as well look all of this up. The mangled status effect slows the speed at which the affected survivor can be healed by 20%. The status effect persists until the survivor is fully healed. Just for you that don't know, so you understand what I'm saying here, is affected with the broken status effect and mangled status effects for 30 seconds. It also has a cooldown of 10 seconds, which is absolutely ridiculous. So, if you're tunneling a survivor and other survivor want to prevent the tunneling from happening, they now have to get the broken status effect for 30 seconds to save the person. The mangled status effect can get rid of when you're broken, which I guess I should look this up too. But when you're broken and dead by daylight, it basically means that you can't heal. Heavily wounded and unable to heal back to a healthy state. That's a more finessed way to put that out there. So, when a survivor takes a protection hit, they suffer great pain. So maybe they scream or something like that, or maybe that's just flavor text. They're inflicted with the broken status effect, unable to heal, and mangled status effect, 20% reduction in healing for 30 seconds. After the 30 seconds is gone, the broken status effect disappears and the mangled status effect disappears as well, because they both only last 30 seconds. That's redundant. I think he wanted to put broken and hindered. Hindered makes you go slower, or something like that, to where you actually can't run. You take the hit and then you're slowed, or something like that. I'm not entirely sure, but as that sits now, that is redundant. Cooldown of 10 seconds? Absolutely not.
Sorry, I'm not able to help with this one yet.
Yeah, okay. Having a cooldown of 10 seconds is an absolute no-no. The cooldown on that needs to be, at the low limit, 30 seconds, but I'm more like 60 seconds. Because like I said, if you're tunneling somebody and somebody takes a hit, they're already going to get the broken status effect, which, I mean, I would just use force penance would give them the broken status effect for 80 seconds, as opposed to only settling for 30 seconds. They tried to balance it to make it used more often, but if you think about it, it can be used every 10 seconds. So if you have 3 survivors protecting one person, in a 30-second time span, you can afflict on every survivor that same amount of a broken status effect, which makes that severely unbalanced. I understand, like force penance, you hit somebody, bam, it works, and it's for the next 80 seconds. But I mean, I don't know, bro. I don't know if Broken Penance has a cooldown on it or not. To be honest with you, it could be per everything, and just everybody gets the broken status effect. I really don't know. I know that's disgusting if you're running trapper and two survivors are running together, because it's a protection hit if one survivor steps in a trap in front of the other survivor. So, oof. Or one gets hit by a zombie while near the other one, they'll get a protection hit and broken status effect on top of that. So I don't know if Force Penance has a cooldown. If it does have a cooldown, okay. If it doesn't have a cooldown, then this perk is completely useless because it's the same thing as Force Penance, but it's less time. So either way, I would redo this and make it different and make it not like any other type of perk. um, Another obsession. After hooking your obsession twice, terminate activates, allowing you to kill the obsession by your own hand. So this becomes a game of like any of the other Terminators. You start out and you immediately tunnel the obsession. So you go, you chase the obsession from the start, you knock them down, you hook them. You wait sorta nearby for them to save the obsession, you immediately down the obsession again and hook them. Once they get saved again, you down them and you immediately mori them. So this is a tunnel style build of character. Which I mean fits with the Terminator description, and that's just fine. However, once people get the gist of the type of killer you're trying to portray, as soon as they figure out that somebody's running the killer, the Terminator, I guarantee you at least 20% of the time, survivors are just going to disconnect. And that's going to be the end of that. Which, I mean, ain't a bad thing. I mean, you can only get a 3-piece. And you're losing points every game, which is kind of a shame, but I mean, it puts you at a huge advantage. Because whoever the obsession is knows, without a benefit of a doubt, that they're probably going to be tunneled. That is a free Mori. All the perks, well, not all the perks, majority of the perks and abilities are focused on getting the obsession. Now, if you have any types of perks that switches the obsession from survivor to survivor, then it becomes a lot more beneficial as well. Because now you essentially have an ebony Mori as long as you're going after or able to find and keep going after your obsession over and over. Every 2 hooks you'll be able to get a Mori, down somebody, Mori them, bada bing bada boom, keep going, keep going. I don't think this second piece will trigger if the obsession sacrifice killed or has escaped. If the status of that's to transfer the obsession after X happens, I think it'll go through that. Now, I could be wrong, and they could have went back through, things change, etc., etc., and it could just only last for one person regardless of the obsessions being changed. But I mean, if they know, like when Terminator character, if it does come out, there's gonna be people running decisive strikes just to change the obsession from person to person to keep you from getting that Mori. and all of that benefits, and any other perks that changes obsession from person to person. They're going to try to neutralize that as best as possible. So, if you're going to run this character and he becomes popular, you're going to get Decisive Strike a lot. A lot. This character does have speed. At the beginning, it is 8 full seconds that you have to find the obsession, so you can probably make it to a teleporter and teleport over to their location before that 8 seconds runs out. If they're distributed appropriately. So, I mean, it really just comes down to chasing your obsession down and giving them that slap. So, I mean, very good tunnel killer. Now, after the obsession dies and the perks deactivate, because you're losing the Mori ability. You're also losing, I don't remember the name of this, Hunter Killer. You're also losing this. I guess you're losing this technically at the start of the match. I mean, the Oblivious status effect after being chased is kind of just a nice passive. But at the start of the trial, you're one perk down. After you kill the obsession, your second perk down, which only leaves you running up on one perk and teleporters the rest of the game. Which, all in all, actually makes this a pretty weak killer. As much as I hate to say it, between the not having a defined power, the ability to teleport, you really get all your power from getting basically abused. This is like, I can't say anti-toxic build because it's not toxic. The pallet stun and flashlight and do all that. It's tactics. Like teabagging and clicking your flashlight. It's a taunt. If the killer gets mad and then goes after just you, and you're a good looper, job well done. They just wasted all their time in the match. Or if they do get you and they face camp you, and the other survivors just stay on gens, doing them, you'll probably escape with a one piece. Unless you're running Noad and manage to get another one after all the gens are done. So, I mean, taunting is very good if you're playing, especially Survive with friends, and you have I don't want to say burner account or smurf, but somebody who doesn't really care about their ranks. You can really boost your friends up just by being a taunter, by clicking your flashlight, by gesturing, things like that. Get that killer absolutely devastatingly mad at you. And when they finally get you down after you've dropped the majority of pallets in the map, they're going to hook you. And then they're going to stand there and face camp you. And if you're running that perk that enables you to get another 30 seconds if a survivor gets nearby, when you get to stage 2, one of your friends just needs to run up to you and then run back to whatever gen they were doing. And that's an extra 30 seconds, which is another like almost 50% of a gen. So if you run them successfully, and the other 3 survivors are able to get 3 gens done at the beginning, and then the killer elects to face camp you, that's GG. The last 2 gens are going to be stacked with survivors. That'll get done. One survivor that's on the gen with another person, the 2 survivor team runs over, activates that extra 30 seconds, then probably just goes directly to an exit gate, honestly. Because by the time that bar completely decreases and you die out from that, the other gens are going to basically be done. So you get the one kill because you couldn't control your temper as a killer, and they just got a three-piece out. You go to the end, you killed the Ash 4 or whatever survivor who goes, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, even more toxic. I wasted your time. Thanks for the 3 win. You see everybody else's iridescent rank, and they're like, ah, you fell for it, stupid. Thanks for face camping him. We lost nothing. And that feeling of superiority that you originally had, you realize you've been fooled and you fell right into their trap. Some small minded people would be completely fine with that because of their pride. Their ego says, we take that victory. It was worth it putting him in his place. It's like, it's exactly what he wanted. How can you be happy with getting that one piece kill when you literally did everything that they wanted you to do, like a puppet? But like I said, you'd be surprised how the brains of actual people will basically turn off any form of logic to get that upper hand on somebody. Reason I'm going into this was obviously just kind of a drawn out meme. It wasn't serious. This is just kind of a, hey, if the Terminator had perks, what would they be style of situation. So I'm not going to take this completely serious. Not a bad idea. Only add to the chapter Sarah Connor as a survivor. Fair enough. Well, yeah, because you can't have the kid, so. Well, I guess he does grow up in one of the Terminators, right? He's an old one. So, yeah, all in all, I can't recommend this for anything because it's just, it's not even a rough draft. It's like a sketch. But, it's not a drawing. It's just, a bunch of lines on the paper that are slowly starting to formulate something. It ain't a rough draft. It's just thoughts on a Game could use a workshop though. You'd only be able to play like LAN games with it, not online. But if you open up it to the workshop and somebody writes a script the way everybody's connecting into their LAN game or puts their LAN character online, then you have a problem. Because it's fully implemented into the game, so all you have to do is find a way to enable online play. Which, in many instances, game developers actually. Okay. Many game developers actually enable a switch like they have implemented recently to where you can activate, deactivate online, offline, whatever. It was about an hour. I tried to drag that out as much as possible. At first, I was kind of dismissive and I was like, I'm going to do a 10-minute review, go through, blow it out, and let it go. But I'm like, regardless if an idea is good, bad, sad, rad, etc., it should deserve to get its fair review. Fair is fair. The sound you're hearing is me trying to get a water out, so I'm kind of half stalling. Alright. Ice themed killer perk ideas. Hmm. It's not too bad. Because I did do an Ice Queen alternative killer. Let's see. Hypothermia. When you hit a survivor with a basic attack, after activation, the perk is DA or 120-second cooldown. Survivor hit can't perform any cooperative action. One, what does cooperative actions have to do with hypothermia? If anything, I would assume it'd have like a thetanophobia type of effect. With a deep wound timer. So when you're at the stage of hypothermia, you are technically dying. Albeit slowly. But can't perform any cooperative action. That is changing the core aspect or core mechanic of the game. So you could be working on a generator, and if somebody else walks up and touches the generator, then you just get knocked off of it. If you're healing somebody and somebody else walks up, you just get knocked off of it. That's unfortunately not implementable. Hey, when I think hypothermia, I think like broken or deep wound status effect. And then your body's shutting down, so you should move slower in everything that you're doing. Shivering cold and killer tear radius survivors exhaust and cooldown, as well as progress for certain perks, is frozen. Increase your tear radius by 3 meters. The increase your tear radius by 3 meters can just be taken out from that, because at that point you're not really doing anything by increasing it for 3 meters. You're talking about what, a 30, sometimes 40 tear radius, something like that. So increasing by 3 is not really going to do much. Survivor's exhaustion cooldowns stop when in killer tear radius. I can see where it can be used to help, but I mean, if you're in the killer's tear radius, you're probably gonna start running anyway, and you're either about ready to go into a chase or get ready or something like that. I mean, it's great for if the killer's in the area chasing somebody and they get away, they can't just sit for their dead hard to, recover and then go back into a chase or leave or their sprint burst or something like that. It's interesting. I wouldn't run it over, Ruin or Barbecue and Chili or, the meta perks or more funner perks, but it's got its uses. Ground Frost. When a survivor performs a fast vault, he gains frosted status effect. So you want an entirely new status effect added. During that status effect, survivor fast vaults will be performed as medium vaults. So basically, anytime a survivor vaults, he's going to get slapped. You might as well just have the survivor get damage done on them when they vault. Medium vaults are easy bops. Um, does the hindered or shackled, one of the two status effects, doesn't it slow you and stop you from doing medium vaults? I think it decreases your speed too, but I'm pretty sure it slows down your vaulting speed and things like that. So I would just give them whatever status effect that is. Maybe I'm talking out of my butt, but I'm pretty sure one of them stops fast vaults because you're hindered or shackled or something like that. Your speed's decreased. And I would do that not for 14 seconds. I would only make it like 5. Because generally, if you're going to do a vault or something like that, you're wanting to block their next vault. Like if they're using the LT walls or double windows or killer shack or something like that. You want to stop them from going out and going back in and doing the same thing as a fast vault. 5 seconds is more than enough for that. It's enough for them to do a medium vault for you to get that slap on them, and then everything to return back to normal play. It doesn't need to be 14 seconds. 14 seconds, they're not going to be able to do anything. When I say anything, anything. Medium vaults, easy boppers. So Shivering Code's interesting. Ground Frost, I would decrease that to like 5 seconds, if not shorter. And Hypothermia, I would rewrite. Because that's changing one of the core game mechanics, which I say all the time. You can't change core game mechanics. You can't do it. Cooperative actions has yet to be coded to be able to be blocked. That specifically. So you're asking them to code in a completely separate line of coding. Then we're going to have to test it and go throughout that just for one perk. It's not going to happen. Now, if you had a line of, excellent perks that are actually, have thought and stuff into them that are balanced and, rearing to go, maybe they'd push that out, but not for just one. So I would rewrite this to be different. This is interesting. I would get rid of the extra tear radius though. Unless you're gonna add or subtract something from it. In theory, I would actually subtract tear radius because you're extending their exhaustion cooldown, but it is what it is. It can stay the same, it can get buffed, nerfed, it's really not changing much. Now, if you run this with the pseudo doctor build, or if you run this with Legion, this is going to have a problem. So you're going to have to add, does not work with an extra line to this. Because if you're running Legion's thing that gives you tear radius throughout the entire map while in chase, issues. No, it's the entire, when you're in Feral Frenzy, it's the entire map. Or is it in your chase? I don't remember. One of the two. You might have to add a separate thing there or something like that. But I mean, it's really not that detrimental. Your exhaustive status effects won't be able to cool down when somebody's in chase. So it's not that big of a deal. So it might not have to have that extra line. So it's very interesting how this is. It's a neutral perk. Like, if you're gonna implement something to the game devs, this is kind of how you want to do it. You put in killer's tear radius, survivors suffer, the survivor's cooldown, exhaustion cooldown, freezes. And then you put increases tear radius by, and then you put a generic number of meters. If you're going to present this to somebody, especially for a debate and all of that, and you know they're going to change it anyway, that is actually the perfect format. Because the way this is sent, this can be buffed, it can be nerfed, it can be changed, any other type of perk, and it's so perfectly implemented or presented that it's beautiful. It's very beautiful. To anybody looking for an example on types of perks, that you want to, a template for a perk that you want to send through, you want it to be something like this. It's generic and it doesn't specify you doing something crazy on top of it. Unless you specifically, for this character, I thought this through and I designed this way. This is my idea. This is my design. That's great too. But if it's just a generic perk idea, it's not tied to any killer or anything like this. This is just a generic perk. This is a beautiful way to portray this. Pokemon meme, Krampus. Trapper has a Krampus, whatchamacallit. Interesting. Hypothermia lasts too long and shivering cold doesn't really need the tear radius increase. There you go. It's a hypothermia. Lasts too long and the tear radius increase doesn't need to be there. He said something that I was going to, so I will vote that up. Galanim25 is the one that posted this. He says, personally, I would like some kind of mountain climber that died during his expedition. Interesting. A little terrace increase wouldn't hurt, would it? Perks tend to get better the higher their tier is. And I couldn't increase the perk effect, so that was my only idea. So that's his thought process on everything, why he has it like that. Somebody looks like they rewrote it. Standing still or not moving causes your body to slowly shut down. Stage 1. Okay. Slow repair, heal speed. Stage 2, slower movement and volt speed. Okay. Frostbite, prevent survivors. Outside, being the ability to repair, bless, cleanse, heal injured. At the start of the trial for 60 seconds. No, you can't. You don't get to choose your spawn point in Dead by Daylight. So you cannot. You can't give a survivor a negative status effect that they don't have control of. So frostbite is just unethical. If you spawn into a trial and unable to do anything for 60 seconds, you are going to have a lot of pissed off survivors. It's worse when you have corrupt intervention, I think is what it's called, and you can't do the three farthest gens from you for 60 seconds and you have to move in. So that's already enough, but then you add on top of that, unable to repair, bless, cleanse, heal, or any of that. So the only thing you could do at this thing is open a chest. Because generally, when corrupt intervention goes, I don't go up to a near generator. I go and I look for a chest or a totem or something else, and I try to work my time using that. Especially if I'm running inner strength or anything like that. It gives me setup or a blessed totem. It gives you time to bless a totem. Or look for any hex totems or anything like that. You know, you go to use the time wisely if you've played the game for a long time. Or you can run up to the nearest one of the closer generators and start working on it. So it's either a setup or it's just a forced action. To not be able to do any of that I usually do, except for find the chest and open it, absolutely not. No, sir. Especially if it's an outside map and you're just stuck with this status effect because you just so happen to be spawned out there. That's unethical. I like these, but I wonder about stage 1 and stage 2, which I say this a lot. Don't it make more sense? Because if you're standing still and not moving, don't it make more sense to have slower movement and vault speed first before you get slower repair and heal speeds? I don't know. And my question is, does hypothermia build up while you're working on generators and things like that? Because in essence, generators, or engines, in this case, is not even a dang generator. It's a huge engine. Has heat. And the more that it's repaired, the more heat that should be generated. So, I mean, you shouldn't have any type of hypothermial effect if you're on a generator that has any type of progress. You know, the more progress, the more heat, the more the heat goes down. But now we're talking about more of a power type passive effect than an actual perk. So, I mean, if we're speaking perk wise, this hypothermia can't be implemented because, well, imagine this being on another killer. So this is gonna be like a passive. Forum says killer perk ideas. So I mean, I kind of like what you're saying and things like this, but this is more of a passive than an actual general perk. Same with this. This is more of a passive than an actual general perk. That, which I just kind of ignored because there's no way that's going to be put in. Those with less clothing will be affected quicker. I actually ignored that because we all know that cosmetics is the bread and butter. of Dead by Daylight. There ain't no way they're gonna make, oh, well, you're wearing a skimpy cosmetic. You're screwed. No. Get that out of here. Especially the fact that most of the cosmetic skins are survivors covered in blood and things like that. So, blood is technically, still water based, things like that, which would make you a lot colder to sit in. As well as, actually, I'm not even going to go to the other side of that. Why not? Adds another technical aspect of matches. Would you expect to survive for long periods outside in Ormond? And just a t-shirt and shorts. Thanks for picking out the negatives. What's wrong with this guy? The thing that you said is absolutely... I'm gonna vote up this guy. Those with less closing will be quicker. Ah yes, the skins will now impact gameplay. Truly amazing. Even though it's sarcasm. Very obvious sarcasm. I mean, he could truly think that, that's good, and this guy could be way out of his goal. But he has no arguing grounds here. Like I said, the cosmetics are bread and butter. And who's going to decide what material each cosmetic go and the heat values and all of that? If I'm wearing the crown that you get, the New Year's crown, I call it a coin. Is that considered angelic light? Does it keep you warm no matter what you're wearing? Is that the end all be all, kind of cut down the middle cosmetic to let you wear anything? I mean, like, how do you balance this? And I don't understand how this is even an argument. I probably will go back and say something about this later on after the stream, but this guy is being rude for no reason. Actually, nah. I think I'm gonna say something. I think I should say something now. No. I might not say anything at all. Let them have. Like, I'm gonna. What I have to say, I'm gonna say in the video. Alright. Hypothermia. Okay, Cortana. But you don't come up when I say your name. Interesting. So when it comes to hypothermia, like I said, is a passive for a killer. It's not a perk. Perks normally don't have anything like this. You can't have hypothermia on a map that don't have snow. It don't make sense. Even if this is a fantasy game about a fantasy killer and all of this other things and an entity and all of that, it just don't make sense even in this made up world. Now if you get the snow map, you're a lucky duck, but it still don't make sense on any of the other maps. So if you're running hypothermia, they would have to encode that every map be cold in some way from that perk, which is just another filter they're going to have to add or another set of game mechanics. They're not going to do that. Frostbite, no. Like I said, you can't punish a survivor for something they don't have control of. They had a bad spawn, so now you have frostbite. and can't do anything. No. And the thing is, this guy is consecutively rude. This guy points out quite brilliantly that you can't punish for cosmetics. He's a butthole to him. The original poster explains what he was thinking. He couldn't think of anything else to put instead of the terror increase. And it has to be a scaling because it's a higher tier perk. Or it's a higher tier perk. It's a tiered perk. He explains this clearly. Instead of giving any type of advice, you completely rewrite his perks incorrectly, by the way. Which is basically the same as pointing out the negatives. Thanks for picking out the negatives. That's exactly what you did 2 seconds earlier. Generally, I would say something about this, but since I'm live streaming, I don't want to go into this long, drawn out argument. But this guy is full of himself and just needs to learn how to just shut his mouth and keep his comments to himself when it comes down to this. I'm not going to sugarcoat it and try to keep it professional. This guy says he has no idea how to balance the perk. That was his only idea. Hint, hint, hey, give me an idea, son. He rewrites the entirety of both perks and immediately gets away from killer perk ideas. He's gone for killer passives and powers and things like that. It's not even a killer perk. Completely goes off left field and basically tries to take the form over on his own. No. No. Please get out of this guy's. Actually, please just get off the website altogether. Go take a nap. Well, this was done yesterday. So, this is say, just go take a nap. No. He replied back, go take a nap. Maybe even take a week off and then come back. You're getting defensive after you just did the same thing to the original poster of this form. You did the same thing to him. Somebody does the same thing to you, and then you want to get defensive about it. It's not cool. It's not a great attitude to have, and it makes you look just. Only word I think of was pathetic. They don't do that, people. Don't be this guy. And a lot of people do this on a daily basis, and I call them out on it. And they just can't shut up long enough to just think and say, oh, maybe I do that. Oh, man, maybe it's something I need to look into. They can't shut up enough just to figure that out. This guy, no. I think I'm done here. Terminator was Dark Beast Pyro. Oh, a little after an hour. And say All right, Mr. Man. If you are tuning in, I appreciate it. But I'm just gonna go over everything I've said so far and kind of make it brisk for you. Hypothermia. When you hit a survivor with a basic attack, hypothermia activates. I like how it's on basic attack and not forced into a lunge attack. It says after activation, the perk is disabled for 120 seconds. During that time, the survivor hit by it can't perform any cooperative action. One, I would further define that, because as it seems now, the perk's cooldown and active time is 2 minutes. If that's the case, like somebody else said before, it's way too long. It needs to be shortened. Also, there aren't any other perks that directly blocks just cooperative actions. So, implementing a perk like this completely violates the core aspects of the actual game. How I explained it is, if I'm working on a generator and another survivor comes over and works on it, am I just going to be knocked off? Or if I'm healing somebody and another survivor comes over and starts healing that same person, am I going to be knocked off? Like, what do you do in those types of situations? If it's not active for that, then once survivors figure it out, they're just going to stop doing what they're doing for the first person to jump on, and they're going to jump on after them, basically nullifying the perk. So anything that changes core game mechanics, I wouldn't keep. But I'd definitely not make anything the cooldown and length of time the perk's activated the same, like 120 seconds. I would change that up and further define this. I would also redo everything, because hypothermia, well, I mean, you know what hypothermia is and what it does. It doesn't fit this particular build. I would make something based solely on hypothermia. I'd look up the stages and try to design a perk around it, possibly. I don't know, that's just an idea. Remember, everything I say is my suggestions. Shivering cold. When in the killer radius, survivor's exhaustion cooldowns freeze. The increase of tear radius, like somebody else says, isn't really necessary. I know it's gonna have to be a tiered perk, but this also can be for the design. Since you were just saying ice themed killer perk ideas, this is actually perfect. A perfect way to leave a perk up for discussion in the community. It isn't an over engineered perk that says a lot of things, it actually is open for the imagination, which this perk I actually like quite a lot. I mentioned previously that with Legion's thing, where you have the kill terror radius throughout the entire map, could be an issue, especially in like a snowballing situation, but it's actually not an issue at all. It's a very neutral oriented perk. It can be buffed, it can be nerfed, it can be turned into a different style of perk, and it can also stay the way it is, and it can also, be molded into whatever it can, and it's great. This is a very, very good way to implement a perk. It leaves it open to suggestion and it can be modified. Ground Frost. Adding the frosted status effect for 10, 12, 14 seconds. I do believe that the fast vaults will be performed as medium vaults thing. I do believe there is a status effect that does that. I don't know if it's like the shackled or the hindered status effect or something like that. I could be wrong, but I think there is a status effect that does this. But I would decrease this to 5 seconds, which I've stated previously. If you're going like a kill shack loop, or you're going from window to window to window to window, and they're looping you, it only takes about 5 seconds to go around, hit the survivor, and them to continue on their merry way. It also needs some sort of cooldown, because if it's on every trigger, the survivor's never going to be able to get away from a killer. So most of these just need further definition. But 5 seconds is more than enough. Might even, be 3 seconds, but if you're going to add a cooldown to it, 3 to 5 seconds activation. If you're on like an LT wall, or you have the double windowed walls where you can hop through one window and go through another window, they're going to get a fast vault in one and then medium vault in the second one. You're going to be able to catch them in that 5 seconds, especially if they try to turn around and run the loop again. It's going to be medium vault over medium vault. You're going to catch them and get that hit. 14 seconds is basically enough time for you to get a full down on a survivor, because now windows aren't a viable option for them. They're going to have to drop whatever pallets are around them and try to escape. There's also one thing I also want to point out. I love your reasoning here, by the way. You couldn't think of anything, you're kind of half asking for support and things like that. I love comments like this. This guy, however, completely missed the whole thing. Everything that he says, throw it in trash. The idea is ice themed killer perk ideas. What he wrote here on hypothermia is a passive ability for a killer. If you put hypothermia the way that he defines it on any other type of killer, it makes no sense. Especially if you're in, I don't know, Coldwind Farm or the Huntress's place or anything like that. With a hypothermia, it makes no sense. This is a killer passive, not a killer perk. It needs to be defined as such. So hypothermia isn't going to work how he defines it. Frozen bite. Frozen fingers prevent survivors who start outside being unable to do basically anything for the first 60 seconds. Corrupt intervention, I think is what it is, already blocks the 3 farthest generators from the killer. Generally, when that happens, you'll have survivors look for totems, open chest, or go for a closer generator. That already stops basically doing all of that. To add the not being able to repair, bless, cleanse, or heal at the start of the trial for the first 60 seconds is ridiculous. The only thing I can do in the first 60 seconds of a trial is open a chest now. That's the only thing that I can do. That or hide in a locker. Literally just stop play completely, which is not a good balanced perk when you already have something that essentially does that. Plus, it's named Frostbite and it has all this other things that are put into it. It doesn't make sense. You can't control where you're able to spawn. So while you can't punish the survivor for something they have no control over, that's like, well, if you spawn outside, you get the exposed status effect, but if you spawn inside, you're good. It makes no sense. So both of his are more like killer passives. This one being way too overpowered and needs to be taken care of. Plus, what this guy says, less clothing will be affected quicker. Dead by Daylight gets most of its money from paid killers and survivors, the cosmetics and the killers that are implemented. Why would you punish a survivor for running a cosmetic that they like? Then they're going to have to implement an end all be all, like the crown or the coin that I call it, that you get from the shrines on the anniversaries. Is that going to have to be some heavenly light that warms the survivor up completely and it nullifies all the effects of it? Or, what are you going to do to balance that? Plus, the devs are going to have to code in all of this. Each outfit's going to have a temperature value and all of that. Then, if you prestige, you can't even wear your prestige clothes because you're covered in blood, which further will increase the hypothermia. So, this guy, this S. Michael 8, has no idea what he's talking about. He needs to excuse himself from the forum and stop embarrassing himself. But what I find funny about the whole particular thing is you say something, he rudely intercepts or interjects, trying to rewrite your object or your perks that you've already presented. He tries to rewrite them and essentially take over the form. Some guy calls him out on what he puts down, and then he immediately gets offensive over the same thing that he just did to you. Except you were cool enough not to worry about it. So that's all I wanted to say to you, just to basically generalize everything that I've been speaking the last 40 or so minutes. If you come in and check it out, thank you. I appreciate you. But on to the next. You don't know me. I'm QTASTIC. You'll see me around a lot. In the past, I had my whole purpose is to make alternative killers. If you have any killer ideas that you want to make, and they can be connected to a different killer in any aspect, I will connect the two together. You can look at previous live streams or the official ones that I did. I think the Ice Queen was the first one I did. And it connects everything together as opposed to implementing new killers and new single perks and things like that. I'm trying to implement, like, if you played Dead by Daylight in the past, where they gave you like free Leatherface offerings or, free Michael Meyer offerings that you can play to play that killer character a couple of times without having to pay for them. I want to do that with either offerings or items so you can play, viewer submitted killers, but they don't have to directly implement them into the game. They just need to implement, the basic killer and not a backstory and map and a whole bunch of other things. But if you're looking for, I'd recommend going to the Ice Queen, I think is what it is, video looking at the perks and things like that. And you could possibly even find the forum of the guy. You two can have a conversation. You might introduce more perks for him. And, it could actually benefit his project. Because it's very well fleshed out, very well done. But anyway, that's all I wanted to say. I am going to take like a 2-minute break because I've been talking basically nonstop for an hour and a half. I'll be right back. alive. You might hear an echo. Oh boy. So far, it's been very eventful. I'm gonna wait this 30 seconds, just make sure everything's good. Alright. Let me skip the live. You might hear an echo. Oh boy. So far, it's been very eventful. Alright, so I'm gonna wait. Fortunately, there's nothing I can do with the static. It's actually my graphics card that you hear in the background. When I built my PC, I built it on the table in front of me, then hooked it up to test it, and well, it sits basically right where my head is. So that static sound you're hearing is actually my graphics card you hear spinning up, and fans and all of that. Noise cancellation's decent, but when the noise is literally facing the direction of the noise cancellation, little slot looking things in the mic, yeah. So that's something about a lot of you didn't know. If your mic says noise cancellation, the only thing that it means that on the front of your mic, it has these slits basically on them that only allow sound to go in and out two ways from the front. So all it is, that's all it stops is allows sound to go in from the front and the back. Unless you have a higher quality noise cancellation, then it only lets it come in from the front of the mic, the side that's facing your mouth. And that's all noise cancellation is. It blocks, well, it dampens the sound through the material of every way except for one way. Generally it's front and back, but that's all noise cancellation means. Okay. So this person went to the Dead by Daylight Make a Killer and Make a Perk, that website, and incorporated all of that into it. It looks good. It looks very presentable and all of that. But does it read good? Let's find out. Passerino T. Newly edited. Very illustrated. The artist is at JJesterArt on Instagram. Give him a view or even a follow. His work's fantastic. So there you go. JJesterArt on Instagram, everybody. If you want to make a serious killer concept and you're needing a design or anything like that, there you go. This kind of hits close to home, being in the suit and the mask and all of that. But let's not go there. Not gonna go over speed and tear radius and all of that, or anything about the theme. That, anybody that's a quick reader that has good eyes, I'll leave this there for you to pause it so you can see it all at once. And we're gonna move on. Concept art makes absolutely no sense. So, I mean, I like it, but you have hazardous materials on your back. From the hazardous materials, you have just a random tube coming out of the top out of one of them and leading to the brace of the actual thing. Let's just say knife here. Well, I guess technically it could be attached to this, which goes out. The little switch is up here to the side, which if you're doing any type of stabbing motion on somebody, it's going to probably break that or twist that depending on how it's activated. I guess that's where everything comes out of, even though it's connected clearly to this bar. But the bar has no exit type thing. This does, and the switch is on this. So I'm going to assume this allows that to go through, and this is the end of that. Now, I wonder if it's going to be some sort of spray, or if it's just going to be apply liquid to this, and then it goes. Alright, hazard. Chemi cloud casting. Able to withstand the most intoxicating fumes, the hazard finds its way through even the thickest clouds of grotesque gases. Grotesque? As in ugly? Ugly. Nasty. Grotesque, huh? The hazard's power is a power bar that begins half charged. The hazard's power bar recharges at a rate of 20% per 7 seconds by default. Total time to refill from 0% is 35 seconds. Yeah, 7 times 5 is 35. Only problem that I see with that math is the bar begins half charged, which is 50%, and you're increasing the bar 20% by 7 seconds. So you're looking at 3.5 seconds to get 10%. So you're going to be looking at 3.5 plus 14 seconds. So 17.5 seconds from the start. To, which I guess I could have done just half of 35. But 17.5 seconds to refill from start. Primary ability, clouds. Upon pressing ability, when the power gauge is 25% or more full, the hazard begins to spray thick clouds of gas 12 meters in whichever direction he is facing. Before we go any farther, I'm going to say what I'm expecting to see from this. Well, one, I don't know why it has to be 25% full to shoot gas out of the gauge. I mean, even if it's at 5% full, just to get a little psh, it shouldn't be that bad. So that 25% is kind of a question mark thing to stop on. Two, I would like to see the ability to be able to stop using whatever you're using, since it goes in, it charges in 20%, but it goes down in 25%, which is not a decent scale to go off of. It should really start when the power gauge is 20% full, since you're increasing your power gauge in 20% increments. But I guess I'm not going to do the math, but I guess at 25%, it's probably like 10 seconds or something like that. It's not, but is that I'm not going to do the math on how many seconds that'd be per activation. But I'd definitely make that 20% activation just to make it all blend together nicely. Since you specifically stated it charges at a rate of 20% per 7 seconds. So I'm assuming it's going to have 5 gauges or 5 roundabouts and a 5 timer like the chainsaws have when they're building up charges, or just a gauge of which you can use everything. um, Begins to spray thick clouds of gas 12 meters in whichever direction he is facing. 1. Is it controllable? 2. How fast does it come out? 3. How much does it use per percentage? Is it the whole thing? Is it just 25% or 20% as defined? Or 25% or 20%? How does this get used? Does it permeate anything? Or does it go through anything? Does it coat anything? Like the plague's puke? Like, does it have any type of residual effects? Like, I want to see all of these defined by what they are. Also, why 12 meters in whatever direction? What's the angle? Because it's going to be in a cone. Because it's a spray. Sprays don't come out in a straight line, they come out in cones. So what's the cone? What's the angle of which that 12 meters that it comes out? So I said things like that need to be defined. They probably are, but I'm just listing all the things that I'm looking for now. So as I start reading, you can kind of put 2 and 2 what I'm putting together when I go over these. Now, while using this ability, the hazard's movement speed is reduced to 100%. That's bad. Let me tell you why it's bad. 100% speed is the exact same speed that a survivor moves at full running speed. It needs to be reduced further than that. Why? Because if you're chasing a survivor and you get directly beside them as you start spraying, they're never going to be able to escape you. Unless they do an immediate action like, hard vaulting or dropping a pallet or something like that. If you catch them out, you can literally run the exact same speed that they're running, so they'll never get away from you. If you're right beside them and pointing at them, you can just walk beside them and keep spraying the entire time. So this needs to be dropped, so the survivor can actually get distance from you as they're being sprayed. Using this ability burns the hazard's power bar by 20% per 3 seconds. Son. So it does use the power up in 20%. And why does it have to be 25% more full to use the spray? So what you're saying is you need 2 charges minimum to shoot 1 charge. Is that how you're trying to balance it? Is this about to be OP when I start reading downwards? So you're gonna need 2 charges. Ooh, excuse me. Which is 14 seconds. So if you use your ability back to 0, it's gonna take 14 seconds essential cooldown before you can use it again. The clouds produced by the hazard are 8 meters in diameter. Is it a circle? No, because it says 12 meters in the direction of which he's facing. So yeah, you're gonna need to implement a cone and have an angle, because 8 meters in diameter is just make it be an 8 meter circle around you. Which is even worse if you're following a survivor. You can literally just hold a button down and just keep looking at them. Very difficult to see through and dark gray. Dark gray? Dark gray? I mean, I guess that's the biohazard symbol, but interesting. Dark gray. The cloud lingers for 40 seconds. 40 seconds is way too long, both realistically and fictionally. I don't know. Not realistically and non realistically. 40 seconds is way too long. Now, the problem I have with that is, let's say, Killer Shack, for instance. If a survivor's running through Killer Shack, you can squirt a cloud, small cloud, boom. Because it doesn't say how long you have to be within this. It doesn't specify. It just says it uses 20% per 3 seconds. It doesn't say that you're stuck in animation for 3 seconds. It needs to be further defined if that's the case. I'm going off of what it literally says. Kill Shack. You spray near the pallet, you spray near the window, and now anytime they go anywhere near that, the survivor is going to be affected by whatever this gas does. Let's see what it does. The cloud slingers for 40 seconds. Survivors in the cloud's glass can only see 8 meters around themselves, and their vision is moderately blurred. So, like the clown's crap, but it reduces your vision by 8 meters. Survivors also retain a persistent oblivious status effect while in the clouds. Now, oblivious keeps you from seeing the killer's terror radius. Blindness is what stops auras. So, lasting 20 seconds after they exit the clouds. The hazard can see clearly 16 meters ahead of himself, while the hazard is inside of gas clouds. This heavy gas math breathing can be heard within 12 meters. So as of now, when the survivor goes into said gas, they are unable to know the whereabouts of the killer, and their vision is moderately blurred. You're not going to be able to do the clearly see 16 or 8 meters ahead of themselves. The only thing you can do is use a blurred screen effect to try to get that as close as possible to being able to see, as far as not like the clown gives you. It's just a blurred screen effect. And then the killer, since it's their power and he's wearing a mask. I mean, the clown's not affected by his own goop, to my knowledge, so I mean, you could give him a passive slight effect, but that kind of defeats the entire purpose of wearing the mask. So I'm thinking he shouldn't be affected at all by that. But the 40 seconds is what I have a problem with. You're essentially setting down gas in an area that every time a survivor runs into, they're not going to be able to see ahead of them. They're also not going to be able to perceive where the killer's location is. Which is going to cause an issue, like I said, running Killer Shack or any other loop. The killer walks in, sprays the parts that he knows the survivor has to go through, and potentially keeps them blind for the 40 seconds, forcing them to go to a different area. Secondary ability comes into play when the hazard power bar is below 50%. The secondary ability activates. Upon pressing the secondary ability button, the hazard creates a spark, causing all gases within 2 meters to ignite and cause a chain of ignition, bursting all gases connected into a brief fire explosion that deafens and applies the oblivious status effect to all survivors within it for 30 seconds, and blinds for 3 seconds. All survivors caught in the explosive also scream, revealing their location. This ignition has no effect on the hazard. So, essentially, you want the concussion status effect. I think is what you want, but the concussion status effect is a very, very, very high status effect. I don't remember. Is it the concussion? I don't remember the name of it. Concussion? No, it's called knockout. It might know it if I do. That's pretty sure it's called knockout. It's a perk. No? Yeah. No, it's really because I put a space. So when putting a survivor into a dying state with your basic attack, their aura is not revealed to any survivors further than a specific way. They have decreased field of view, blindness status effect, and crawls 50% slower. Now you want to take the concussion status effect basically, but not make it in a dying position only when this effect comes. Because you're looking at deafens, which is part of the concussion effect or knockout effect. The obliviousness to all survivors, which I mean, I guess the obliviousness is just the ability to look at the killer's aura. And then blinds the same survivor for 3 seconds. Which would be the blindness status effect, not actually like a stun, like blind, like from a flashlight. So the survivor would be unable to read auras, will be unable to perceive where the killer's location is. They will scream. Yeah. So technically says deafens. I don't think deafen is deafen a status effect for DVD? Unable to hear. There you go. So it applies the deafen status effect, which keeps the survivor from being able to hear. The oblivious status effect, so you can't perceive where the killer is. Blindness status effect, where you can't see auras. They'll also scream. So as of now, This chemical clouding ability does no damage. Am I correct in this assumption? You put down gas that lasts for 40 seconds. When they're in the gas, they can't see and they can't perceive, or their vision is blurred. And unfortunately, moderately no longer is a term used in DVD. They actually have started to define the percentages and things like that. So you are going to have to define what moderately blurred is. But unable to see, I'm going to assume the same as with the clown, and you'll not know where the killer is conceptually. And it lasts up to 20 seconds after exiting the cloud. The only negative, you'll be able to hear the breathing of the killer when he walks into the cloud. Because I guarantee you they'll make it to where the killer's not affected by the power. You light it up, which the power bar has to be below 50%, and since it goes in 20s, it's going to have to be 3 charges used down to the final charge. But you have to be above 25%, so you're going to have 2 charges in order to use the gas. So essentially, once you use the gas down below to that particular point, down to 40%, the ability activates. Like, where's the usability? I mean, are you gonna have add-ons later on down the line that makes this, like, there's no, you're a killer. The only thing he's doing is just kind of sadistically torturing people. The gas isn't lethal. You're blinding them. Essentially, the only thing you're getting is eye effects. You're blinding them. Yeah, they might be deafened afterwards, but you know, most status effects like that don't last for that long. But conceptually, this doesn't seem like a good killer. The gas clouds don't do anything. The explosions don't do anything, really. Even not being able to hear or see or anything like that, survivors are still able to run at full speed. The only thing that'll stop them is while they're screaming, because when survivors scream, they generally get this slight slowdown. So yeah, besides the scream slowing them down ever so slightly, none of the other actions and things, you know, added to this stops the actual survivor in their tracks. I would add some sort of functionality that makes your killer, you know, a killer. Because as of now, he's not demented, he's not torturing, he's not obsessed, he's not anything. He just likes gassing people. He's like a sea burn in the sea burn chamber. Just gassing people. It's funny. Haha. And goes through on his day. Um, Perks. There should definitely be some sort of clear distinction that separates the main from the perks. Maybe this isn't a perk. Hang on. Let me make sure. Let's see. No, these are indeed perks. So perk number 1, Up in Flames. There's no escape from your wrath, even in the direst of times. When the final generator is completed, auras of all survivors outside of 36 meters of you are revealed to you for 14 seconds. During this period, your movement speed is increased by 2%. No, absolutely not. Why do I say that? Because no one escapes death exists. You're going to be looking at a 6% increase of speed. And for 14 seconds, you're going to be able to see basically which exit doors any survivors are going to if you position yourself properly. If you're near a survivor or chasing a survivor, they're going to go down. And then you can secure whatever you need to get done. If they're all together and they're all going for one exit door, you now know where the entire group is. A 6% movement speed on NOAD is very significant, especially with other speed perks and things like this. I like how you tried to balance it when you say survivors outside of 36 meters are revealed. However, the way this perk scales makes it just not very good. Its scaling's bad. Because, I mean, having auras revealed for 10 seconds is way more than enough time. Wasting blood points to get 2 or 4 more seconds isn't that great. I would rather have the outside of survivors meters decreased or have the movement speed increased. So this is teetering along the line of almost being a hex perk or a totem perk, where you have to do something. Because, like, the more ignitions you get on people, the more benefits you get at the end of the game. To make his power at least go into something. Well, no, you can't do that either because it's a perk. That would be a good for a passive, but no, that would make it a passive, not a perk. Perk wise, it's just this is disgustingly powerful, and not for this killer. It's very harmless for this particular killer, but if you think about Legion and Bubba and, you know, all of the meta killers that you have, especially like Billy and any type of fast killer, Legion, which I think I already mentioned, it's a barbecue and chili that lasts almost 4 times the amount of time when the last generator's completed. If you run that with NOAD, that's a guaranteed kill in every trial. Because you're gonna know where they're at. Now, when you get within the 36 meters and the aura disappears, it's not really gonna matter because you're gonna know which direction they're headed or the area that they're in. And that's where the problem comes to. Yes, you put a decent amount, which is basically tear radius. For those of you who are trying to grasp what I'm trying to say, this is basically tear radius. So, whenever you're working on a generator and you hear some of the killers' heartbeats and things like that coming, where you hear it and you're like, you know, oh, I got a couple of seconds left before they come and basically end me. That's about the distance you're looking at. Very close. And they'll have 14 seconds of knowing where you are as long as you don't essentially go into their tear radius. Hang on. So, 32 meters is regular killer tear radius. So it's a little bit out of your tear radius, and it's only 4 meters, which is negligible. So essentially, whenever you get into their tear radius, they can't see you anymore. It's extremely overpowered stacked with no ad, but I mean, I shouldn't have to go in the detail knowing where anybody who's not close to you is at. And if you're standing by an exit door and you can only see a couple of people, then you know that the person is within 36 meters of the exit door that you're at. Gas, you know how to blind them with their own light. Every time a generator is finished, all survivors who repaired it suffer from the oblivious status effect. They always say every killer has to have that meh perk. And the oblivious status effect keeps you from perceiving the killer's tear radius. So, that's an interesting interaction. So, you won't have a tear radius for 60 seconds, but he'll also know exactly where you are for 14 seconds. Running those two and NOAD together, you now have a silent killer. Essentially a tier 3 Michael Myers with no tear radius that knows where you are if you're far enough distance away from them. Running around at the end of the end game. It's way too OP. And then Hex Sight. Reminiscence of time, Hex Hazard Sight. You begin the trial with one generator highlighted in yellow. This generator cannot be blocked or altered by any other perks. Cannot be blocked or altered by any other perks. The generator itself, or perks working on it, because, like, that means if you're running Ruin, that generator won't be affected by Ruin. But if they're running things like Will Make It or Dwight's abilities, whatever that's called, or anything else that gives you gen speed, or toolbox. Well, now it just says by any other perks. So any other survivor perks that increase speed, it won't be affected by that. When your succession begins work on any generator, that generator becomes the yellow highlighted generator, and the previously highlighted one returns to normal. When a survivor is within 16 meters of this generator, their aura is revealed to you. Once they leave this area, they are exposed for 15 seconds and they scream, revealing their location. Okay, bro. Really? I just like everything that I ironed out about NOAD affecting these perks. You would literally run NOAD and this line of perks to have the ultimate build. And every time I went down and read something more, you just add it to that build. Whatever generator the obsession's working on cannot be affected by any type of perks. So as long as they don't have toolboxes and things like that, the speed of the generator is going to take 80 seconds. If the obsession touches that generator that anybody else is working on, all survivors that are within 16 meters of that generator's auras are revealed to you. And once they leave the area, they are exposed for 15 seconds and then they scream. So if the obsession is working on the final generator, every single survivor that is on that generator is going to be not only exposed from the regular perk, they're going to be exposed for this perk, they're also going to be revealed as long as they're in that particular area. So this is basically an endgame killer when it comes down to it. But as a matter of fact, you probably don't even have to run all three perks. NOAD will pick up quite a lot of this. Because if you force a 3-gen situation every time, then it's kind of GG for the obsession. Because what's going to happen is when players actually learn how your killer works, is the obsession's just going to be useless at the end of the game. He's going to be the one either running the killer or just chilling in the locker until everything's done. Because everybody knows if the obsession touches anything, they're screwed. It's not greatly balanced either. Any survivor within 16 meters of this generator, their aura is revealed to you. Then if they leave the area, aka being chased by a killer or whatnot, they get exposed for 15 seconds. This killer is defined by his perks, not even by his power. Killers should be designed by their unique playstyle and powers. But this killer is just perks. You run all of these perks together with NOAD and you essentially wait. You 3-gen the situation, you corral them as soon as they get the last generator done. You either 4-bop them down, or you, if the obsession gets near any other survivors, you run and chase that survivor off the gen, they get exposed, and you immediately down them. So whoever's the survivor essentially can't play the round. And by not playing the game and being in a 3v1 situation, the caveat is the killer's power isn't worth anything. That's not a good trade, because now you're going to have this lackluster play of whoever gets the obsession either just going to straight up disconnect because now they can no longer play, or they have to extremely isolate themselves from the rest of the group. Well, now they can't play because if the obsession touches a generator, it highlights yellow. So the obsession, whoever that is, cannot play. So the obsession jumps in a locker at the beginning of the match or go hides in the corner, and the rest of the survivors do whatever they regularly do. Or what it's going to turn into is the obsession immediately disconnects and it's a 3v1 situation. This isn't a good design to have. Instead of having a perk that is just stupidly OP, because I mean discordance, more than one survivor has to be touching the same gen for a discordance to activate. On this, somebody could be working on a gen and I could just be passing by or doing something else and bing, I'm spotted. Then if I leave the generator early, then I go down. If the killer chases me, I now have to train and loop the killer around the generator that they're working on till I get hit one time. Then I can leave when it doesn't matter, or I'm wasting a health state because I'm going to be exposed as soon as I leave. So I'm either going to have to drop every single pallet in my way as I run out immediately to keep from losing that double health state and train for at least 15 seconds. Because any smart killer would walk to the generator, force the survivor to run away, and walk right behind them. And as soon as they get out of that range, pop, hook, and then just wait on the obsession to basically screw over another teammate. It's not good design. You can't punish. You can't punish the survivor for doing something that they have no control over. If a killer has discordance, then the survivor activates discordance by jumping on another generator with another survivor, which isn't really the smartest thing to do because you're actually losing process or progress and time and whatnot unless you have perks, and it's a very balanced equation. But yeah, the more survivors working on a generator, essentially the more time you're losing overall unless you have perks to overcome that time. Or toolboxes. Stacked. This way, if a survivor comes anywhere near the obsession working on a generator, they're tagged. So if you walk to a generator and you say, oh crap, it's the obsession, and you turn around and run, you're exposed for 15 seconds. You also scream, which makes no sense. Is the obsession really that ugly? It's just too many stacking positive effects on this. Making it a hex doesn't justify how many things that are stacked on this. Now, if you want to have all of these effects, then you're going to have to make it some sort of tiered token effect. You know, every time you hook the obsession, something active, and no, that wouldn't work either. There's just too many effects. If the obsession touches any generator, they immediately tell you where their location is. So you can tunnel whoever the obsession is on everything that they do. Or you can just, as I said, ignore them and use them to kill other survivors quicker. Depends on if they're near another survivor or not. So yeah, it needs to be reworked. I'm just repeating myself with different words. Just rework this. It's too OP. It needs to be redone. Unfortunately, it's mm-mm. See what comments say. Utterly amazing concept, art, and ideas. It really blows my mind. I've always wanted a killer related with gases and gas masks that is actually good. I know you. I was thinking actually about Clown, because Clown throws bottles that is essentially gas. He just doesn't wear a gas mask. I hope. I hope this guy's joking about what he's saying, cause you're over. This is the problem I run into. Here, let me start from the beginning. This is the problem I run into, basically on an everyday basis. People see that the art is well done, all of the perks and all this is well done, and they assume that the killer from right there, that this is an amazing concept. It's good. It's well thought out. It's well formulated. It's well everything. And they just assume and they give themselves this bias that if it looks good, then the concept's good. Nobody goes through, reads, and uses the brick brain strategies and things like that. Then I come through, I tell them, the obvious loopholes and everything, and then people are like, Well, you don't know what you're talking about. You're just hating. It's like, I'm not hating. I'm the only one that's actually went through and gave them positive feedback or constructive criticism, whichever one they needed. And I've talked to creators and been like, hey, this, that, and that. And they, like, you're like, man, you're a genius. I never thought about this. Thank you for giving me feedback. And they really appreciate you actually talking to them about their concept instead of saying, this is a good idea. I wish this is implemented. It's good to go. Yeah, let's go. No. The killer itself has no benefits or merits to its powers that deal any damage. It's reliant heavily on its perks. So the killer itself at this point doesn't even matter. And if you imagine these different perks on different killers, you would see that there's no point of even running this killer. You would literally buy the killer just to grab his perks and then use them on another killer. Why would I want to have the ability to use gas and do all this other things when I can use this on my main killer, grab some perks, and just completely run things through? The only benefit on this is just gas. It affects your senses, but it doesn't damage you. So regardless of what you do, even when it explodes and it's supposed to be burning and searing your flesh, you just scream and get some status effects. Unless I missed a portion, I don't see it. And not a single person, at least yet, has called that out. Instead, an utterly amazing concept art and ideas. Funny how the concept art is the first thing that popped up, and ideas. Also, what gets me is if you're gonna say it's an amazing concept art and ideas, which I tell a lot of people here on a daily basis, you need to connect subject and matter together to make a complete sentence. It's amazing concept art. What did you like about the concept art? Or are you just talking just to give, just to give recognition for their hard work? Do you actually believe the concept art and ideas was great? It really blows my mind. That's a generic response. I've always wanted a killer related with gases and gas masks that is actually good. It is the only one thing that the killer is lacking is a story. If a good story is created, I'm going to send this to behavior. I am not joking. I really hope that you, whatever his name is reading. Actually, that's not the name of the creator, is it? Yeah, it is. Pasadena T is reading this and can add a backstory. Remember, be happy, have fun, and death is not an escape. Generic Dead by Daylight response. This is what you call fake. This is unhelpful, doesn't provide any type of feedback. This is just a clap. Good job, buddy. That's dressed up to look all nice and all of that. And then just on to the next post. This, not that, this. This guy's only posted one thing. So this is the first thing that he's ever seen coming to this forum. He's new. Which probably has influence because a lot of killer ideas don't have this graphic art, but they're very well wrote out. So one, this is when they say, get a credible, accredited source and things like that. This person talks about concept art and ideas, but never goes into detail explaining exactly what he likes. He never says, oh, well, the idea about The power is great, or the idea, he just says concept art is good. What did you like about the concept art? Include details, and what can be improved, what can't be, give some sort of constructive criticism. Because the killer, it is related with gases and things like that, but one, I didn't read any type of add ons that can be added to deal any type of damage. It's very perk based driven killer, and there's not really anything like, bam, 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 this killer's amazing. Yeah, let's go. I'm like, the killer's weak. The perks are good. Some perks are way too good and need to be brought back down, but the killer's weak. And, if the perks were locked to the killer, having a weak killer and great perks would be fine. But the perks can go to any other killer that's already OP, making them even more OP. And that's what you got to think about. This is just, you're trying to pump his ego, but you're not saying anything about his actual creation. This post can be deleted, and when nobody mattered, or nothing would matter. And the fact that this is already has 3 vote ups. Creators appreciate, well, most creators are happy about people liking their work, but they really appreciate you providing some sort of feedback. And nobody understands that. This, I like it. Somebody voted that up. Probably this guy. They probably voted each other's things up. That's not feedback. I like it. Well, if you like it, go to the post and then vote it up. Yeah. Go to the post and click the vote up button. Select the like button. Click the vote up button. Don't post a comment that says I like it. You have 44 posts, and the best you could say is I like it. He replied back, thank you. He had a backstory involving police brutality, but it might be too controversial at times like these. He's got it planned. You see? The constructive criticism that you provided, he replied back, thank you, and he let you know a response for that. That's good criticism. You got a thank you with an exclamation mark. He actually is appreciating the constructive criticism that you gave him. And this guy, I like it. He got a heart. I love this combat concept. Would have so much fun playing / going against him. Would you though? Could you really imagine playing a killer that at first, has a cool power of being able to gas everybody and all that, but he has no lethality? There's no lethality to this killer. Would you really like playing it? I would love to play against them, especially if they hard nerfed everything. Because even now, I won't have to worry about this killer unless I'm the obsession or it's the end game. Come end game, okay, it's go time. We need to, let one guy, aka probably the obsession, finish the gen by himself. Everybody else needs to scatter. We counter that. We all need to be somewhere near him so we can't pick up our auras, things like that, find out where he is location wise. 99% the generator. Have the obsession stay there. If the killer goes to the last generator, foolishly, then it's just bada bing, bada boom. While he's there, boom, activate the exit gates, go to the nearest one, get everything done, or go to the farthest one, because at that point it won't matter, because the killer can only get one person, essentially. If he's after the obsession. And there's counterplays that you can make against this particular killer if you know what they're dealing with. Playing as them would be a pain. You know, you have your Huntress, you can throw hatchets, Nemesis, Tentacle Slap, the Death Slinger, Harpoon Shot. Heck, even Pinhead has his chains he can grab people with. Clown has bottles that severely cripple survivors. Nurse can teleport. This guy can only gas people that affects senses. It doesn't affect your running speed or anything like that unless you get caught in the spark, then you'll do like a scream, which is a very, very short slowdown. Besides that, you can continue to run at full speed and continue to do what you're doing. You have to wait time in between each time of spray if you use all your spray. But you have to use all your spray to use the ignition, basically. So, like, the killer is extremely weak, but as I said, the perks are good. Truly wonder if some of the devs actually look at these killer concepts and say something positive about them. If they do, it's not gonna be a lot of positive things. I mean, anybody can appreciate something that's well flushed out, that actually makes sense and could be incorporated into the game. But there's so many people that either overly hype their killer with all of these extra add-ons, overhype the perks with all the extra add-ons, or just take two existing already balanced perks and then cram them together and try to change something, that it's not praiseworthy. I really liked it. Balanced and fun would be really cool to play with him. Not balanced. Fun, it'd be fun till you realize that the only way you can down somebody is with your regular attack. The time you're spent spraying gas and all that, yes, you are walking at exactly the same speed of survivors, but there's gonna be some sort of animation swap for you to pull out your hose, for you to spray survivors, for you to put the hose away, for you to spark, and all of that other stuff. At the end of the day, if you're right up next to a survivor, why would you ever spray them when you could just slap them? And I think the spray only goes, what do you say, 18 meters? It's either 8 or 18. I think it was 18. Might have been 8. 8 meters. 8 meters in diameter. So let's assume that it's an 8 meter in diameter. So it's all the way around you. The mist shoots out in front of you, but it makes a smoke cloud that goes all the way around you of gray smoke. And if it don't, and it's right in front of you, like I said, that needs to be further defined anyway. 8 meters ain't very far. It's really not. Now, when you're running the same speed as a survivor, yes, you can literally just walk the same speed as a survivor, gas them, put your gas away, and then slap them. But why would you when you could just walk up to them and slap them? Like, when does the gas become viable? Except for during loops. Somebody's running Kill Shack, you can spray by the window and all of that. But the thing is, they can just vault through it and keep running. If it's a new player, it might disorient them and you might be able to catch them. But if it's somebody who's played the game for a decent amount of time, you're just going to vault and continue your loops regardless. The oblivious status effect makes it a little bit more annoying, but I mean, if you know your loops and things like that, then you know, It is what it is. It's not that hard to counter. Um, Definitely not balanced, and you won't know if it's fun till the PTB phase. Not balanced. Um, oh, and like all of these other people, not a single person has said anything about the add ons. You have the design, the power, and then the perks. Not a one person has said anything about add ons. Very flushed out killer and all this other thing. Not one. Not one person has said a dang thing about add ons. Not a one person said anything about the lethality of the gas. um, Jump scares in the smoke would be decent if you had like the Doctor's Madness type of effect, and it actually affected them, like Scarecrow's mask from Batman. If it took you to like a Freddy's dream world and everything started changing as you was hit with the gas, that would be interesting, and it would have some sort of advantage. You know, it made fake pallets, things like that. That makes sense. Let's see. I love the idea. I think Up in Flames is a little too similar to Bitter Murmurs. Final generation or gen completion effect. Yes and no. Bitter Murmur reveals, all survivor auras. Yeah. But Up in Flames gets it from the haste duration. The haste duration is what really makes that sparkle. And like I said, the fourth perk spot would have to be Noat. Now you could run Bitter Murmur, but I mean, instead, if you want to be nearby and just immediately Noat the crap out of everybody. But I was thinking more of like an in-game almost barbecue and chili effect. But I mean, you could run Bitter Murmur instead of that. You'd lose that extra haste instead of having the 6% haste. So I guess, yeah, it's reasonable to say that it's too similar to Bitter Murmur. Which I thought about that too, the generation completion effect, except for Bitter Murmurs per generator, this is only at the end. But then when I bring up the general argument, why would I run Bitter Murmur over this? And I guess it would be for closer eyesight, but you'd be giving up the 2% haste that you get for the duration. You only have to be within terror radius of distance away. From the 4 you get from NOAD and the 2% for that, that's 6% increase in haste. Very significant in what you're trying to do. So I don't know. They can be put against each other. It would be an argument, but yeah, I can see it. Geez, why are concepts not getting views? This is really good. P.S. I made one about Fallout and it got like 4 views. I'm pretty sure 2 of those views were from me, actually. But let's not talk about that. One, concepts aren't getting reviews because most people don't even know this forum exists. Nobody spreads word about it. I found out this forum because I was like, look, I have an idea. I want them to look at it. And I had to do just a little bit of searching. I think it was like 10 or 20 minutes worth of searching, and I finally found this forum, and I'm like, oh, they have something for this. Um, Expose status effect to revealed survivors that lingers for 12 seconds after they are no longer revealed. Honestly, this is what I expected to read originally because of the word that it was going was the exposed status effect coming in on the end of that. That's originally what I was expecting to see. It was gonna be like the bitter murmur effect, but it's gonna have an exposed status effect on top of it at the end to basically jumpstart a NOAD. Um, um, Honestly seems sick. No valuable input. Yeah, concepts literally never get views. I think this one is pretty good, but it doesn't seem that great in the chase. There you go. Somebody who actually says something back. Pretty good concept. I agree. Doesn't seem that great in the chase. Exactly. I suggest making it fill his entire tear radius, and the gas's effects should last a bit after they exit the cloud, so it's harder for them to tell where they are. I also think ignition should damage survivors who are close enough. Everything else is amazing. Great job. There you go. I'm not voting it up because what I think he says is a good idea, but he's providing some sort of feedback. The way it's implemented now, honestly, they should just create, like I said, a sort of Freddy like dream world and make it fill the entire tear radius. Anybody within that gets that almost filter effect, and they stay affected by it as long as they stay within the gas. That's a very smart that's a smart way of thinking. However, which I mean it'd make a good add-on too. However, having ignition damage survivors who are close enough, aka within the specific tear radius, is a bad idea if you're going to make a tear radius wide gas. Bad idea. Those are instant downs. Literally walk over to a generator, spray gas, light the gas, and you immediately have one state of damage on the survivor. Not good. Especially if it's an AoE. If they all spawn together, that's two or three right there. Boom. At exit gates, spray down gas. Boom. Bad idea. Now, granted, it would take, if you're at 100%, like 6 seconds or something like that. I think it was 3 seconds per 20%. So that'd be 9 seconds of gassing to get that first trigger, and then after 6 seconds, you can get the second trigger of ignition. So it'd take 15 seconds to get a full down on a group of survivors at an exit gate. Exit gates take a while to open, so not very good. Especially add-ons making the gas come out quicker, etc., etc. So it'd be a good add-on, making the gas fill the entirety of the tear radius, especially with tear radius increasing perks, and then without the ignition effect. But yeah, definitely the ignition effect should do some sort of damage. The gas should not linger around for 40 seconds, which is where I was going at the beginning, which I kind of got cut off when I figured out the gas does no damage regardless. 40 seconds in a kill shack, if somebody runs through that and you spray gas right in between the pallet and the window, they no longer can use kill shack. You just ate that loop. Not even the trapper is that effective. The trapper can block one way unless he stops and place both traps in both areas. But this guy can just walk in. Actually, you don't even have to walk in. He has 8 meters of just spray. He can stand on the outside, spray through the doorway and straight through the window, and would go from one outside through the shack out the window and leave the gas trail on both sides. Then the next survivor he's chased, or the same survivor, if they decide to run through that, boom, lights it, they take damage. 40 seconds is way too long. Scratch marks only sit there for 10 seconds, and that seems like forever. I would definitely decrease that severely from 40 seconds if you want to add lethality. Thanks for the feedback. Good idea. Idea of going farther, making a lesion being close and damaging could be bad as it wouldn't provide much time to get away. But possibly at longer distance it can damage them. Thank you for the genuine response. Exactly. There you go. They really appreciate getting a genuine response and not these BS. Oh, nice concept. Good job, dude. I don't understand what he means by the ignition being close and damaging. Because by Dead by Daylight rules, you're gonna have to use the gas, put that arm, because I guess it's attached to his arm, away, pull out a lighter, and then ignite it. So by the time you spray a line, put it away, pull out the lighter, and then light it, survivor's not going to be within 8 meters of you. You would have to spray and light a survivor while standing next to them point blank range, and you would have to get all of this done within 2 seconds because survivor moves at 4 meters per second. So you'd have to do all of that and get all of that ignited within 2 seconds. I don't think that's possible. You'd have to set a trap and chase the survivor through it, and then boom. There you go. Oblivious just makes it so survivor doesn't hear the heartbeat in the tear radius. There you go. What I've been saying all along. Oblivious makes it where you can't conceive the killer. So it basically gets rid of their entire tear radius. Making them oblivious, but then allowing them to hear the heavy breathing of the killer seems counterproductive. I don't agree with that. If you're in the gas and your vision is being blinded and the killer is faking, which most, good killers will fake and then walk backwards. If they hear the, from the breathing effect of the killer, they'll know to continue the vault because, well, you can hear that. the rest of this is just. The rest of this is just filler. People asking who the artist is. Jay Jester. I would love for Behavior to add a proper area denial killer like this. Have you ever heard of the Trapper, whose sole ability is their area of denial? He even has new add-ons that if you deactivate the trap, you take an injury from it. Is this a joke? Don't humor him. Have you guys never heard of the Trapper? Let's see. This is amazing idea. Behavior has to look at this. Behavior would look at this. Go, nice art, and probably stop about here. I ain't gonna lie to you. It says, okay, you spray. Now it says 12 meters here. I'm pretty sure that it said 8 meters somewhere else. Am I going crazy? Maybe I'm going crazy. Oh, the breathing can be heard within 12 meters. 8 meters in diameter. So it's either going to be a ring around or ring out. There's not a defined angle. So they're going to say, okay, gas mask, gas guy, shoots gas, 8 meters. Lights gas on fire. Cool. Go down. They're going to look at the perks. Look at this. Say, oh, there's already a perk for that. Come down here. Say there's already a perk for this. Come down here. Say this is a lot of things added in. And if you take this just single perk right here and incorporate these on other killers, it's not fathomable. And then they're going to go back up and then start their own design. If you're lucky, they'll keep the original design like that. But for the most part, everything's going to be rewritten about this character. It is a very good design. I like it. Don't get me wrong. But incorporating it into what I'm going to call a AAA title for now, since it's been around forever, even though isn't it technically an indie game? It's just kind of eh. But I'm sound check. Make sure everything's still alive and good. It's 30-second delay. Oh, God. All right. Well, that's kind of annoying. Static. Another sound check. Make sure everything's still alive and good. It's 30-second delay. Oh, God. All right. Now, I'm going to just address a couple of questions. Well, just generally one. Somebody who's close to me was like, why do you keep harping about the same things? Why do you keep repeating yourself? This is like the 8th time you said the same thing about the same thing. You sound like an old man with dementia. Well, I also said something about, well, the average person's not going to sit through and listen to the same thing being told by them over and over. They're just going to skip through the video, hear a couple of things, and then they're going to head on out. Which is fun. Yeah, I'm just happy that you're actually clicking on the particular video. The reason why I repeat the same mistakes that I see a lot is for 3 reasons. One, for the people that do skip through, if you keep bringing up the same reasons, hopefully one of the times that they're skipping through, if you bring up the more important reasons, you can, they at least hear it once. 2, it's because it's an important reason. Like the killer not having any type of primary means of actually doing damage besides through their mouse one and mouse or lunge attack. Basic attack and lunge attack. I keep saying that because that's one of the main issues, and if you don't remember anything else, I want you to remember the main things that are coming through. I'll say it again, because of the lack of damage on this killer, I want this to stick in your mind. At the end of this, you turn it off, and somebody says, well, what did you learn today? I want you to be able to mention the things that I keep saying I'm looking for, as well as the problems that are wrong with the killer, and you can find, have something to base what you're talking about on. But the Hazard by Passerino, very good concept. Vampire Diaries, hybrid. So like Constantine, no, not Constantine. Is it the Underworld? It had the vampires and the wolves and all of that. So he's a half vampire, half werewolf. And his mother was a witch. Okay. Why do people always put perks first instead of the main power and all of that? Perk 1, always and forever. At the start of the trial, all totems are blocked by the entity for 2 minutes. So, the issue that you're gonna have with totems being blocked for 2 minutes is that the blocker that the entity puts up not only has a specific sound of it happening, but it also has movement. It draws eyes to it. When you see it, your eyes will be drawn to it. So you might not be able to have your totems accessed for the first 2 minutes. Survivors are going to know where your totems are if they go anywhere near them. So you're actually hurting yourself in the long run. If you're running Ruin and a survivor spawns near it, they're just going to come back when you're in a chase with another survivor after this perk goes away, and they're going to take the Ruin out. This also prevents haunted grounds and a bunch of other perks that actually want to be popped as well from doing their jobs. I mean, it's not a bad perk, but it's also not a good perk either. Also, you're going to want to cut this down to the high end of being 60 seconds. Just to make it uniform with any other perk like corrupt intervention and haunted grounds and things like that. They have the upwards of 60 seconds activation. Hex, Murderous Heart. As long as the totem is standing, whenever you hook a survivor, the survivor is farthest from you will scream and become exposed for 40 seconds. Absolutely not. Absolutely, positively not. Because not only can you stack Murderous Heart with barbecue and chili, or even the perks from the last game, that's basically another insta down. Plus, if you run this with like Devour Hope, it's all just benefits. Benefits on benefits on benefits. You can't punish another survivor without them doing something to earn that negative status. It's not a good balance for a game. Just, you're working on a generator and all of that. Somebody gets hooked and, oh, next thing you know, you're screaming and exposed. What's up with that? And like I said, that mixed with barbecue and chili or something like that really screws that survivor over. Then they go down, and you hook them, and like I said, if you're using Devour Hope, which works very well with it, you're going across the map to get another survivor, giving you a token there. You knock that survivor down, you hook them, it lights up another survivor, you go back over there, next thing you know, you have your Devour Hope and 3 tokens, and you're just one-tapping people and going back and forth. In an ideal scenario. No. You have to give them some sort of chance to be able to counter it, and just make it like other, and a lot of perks before. Just making it a hex doesn't automatically balance it where you can make it wherever you want. Unfortunately, it don't work like that. And it being 40 seconds is because it takes a while to get across the map. Even barbecue and chili only lets, 4 seconds of the exposure of you revealing their location. When you get over there, you kind of have to just use your brains to guess where they're at and try to find them. 40 seconds of exposure, that's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous when you have 4 seconds from barbecue and chili. And making it into a hex gives you 10 times the amount of time and a 1 hit down? No. No. That needs, Murderous Heart needs to be rebalanced. And or just removed entirely. Merciful Light. Sometimes, blah blah blah. One ghost generator will spawn on the map along with normal generators. Once survivor has completed X amount of generator, the generator will disappear. This generator's auras will appear to you in white. It will turn blue if someone is working on it. I've messed around with trying to incorporate fake generators and things like that. And incorporating them becomes a pain. Because I mean, reskinning a generator ain't that hard. That's fine. But reprogramming it to disappear once it gets 70% done, which I mean, we're talking 80 seconds is 100%, so 70% of 80, whatever that comes to be. I really don't want to do the math, but it's going to be an upwards of like 50, 54 seconds, I don't know, of wasted time on a generator. Then the entire time that they're spending this 50 seconds on this generator, it turns blue if somebody works on it. So not only on top of the programming and all of that, anytime somebody starts working on this generator, you're immediately going to know exactly where they're at. Not very good. Not very good at all. Like I said on the last guide, there's disruption and things like that. If two people work on a generator and they like to do it, not only are they essentially wasting time unless they have perks to, or toolboxes to level that out, that's something that two survivors are doing to incorporate this negative situation on themselves. Like Dragon's Grip. If they elect to go back to a generator that's been kicked, that's an action that they are doing to have that happen. Now, what I would recommend to prevent programming and all of that, I would have it whenever you kick a particular generator, it applies some sort of status effect on it that essentially makes the generator take longer to complete. And then rebalance it from there, so you can just use in-game mechanics and things like that, and not have to require further programming. Because they have things like Jolt, which is an efficient like ruin, almost, for generators that are nearby, but can be deactivated if somebody touches them. Merciful Lies can be incorporated, but it's gonna have to be changed ever so slightly. It needs some sort of effects added to it. Murderous Heart, I would just take this back to the drawing board. Always and Forever. It just needs to be nerfed to 60 seconds. It's kind of it's a double-sided dagger. Having the entity cover a totem that's small, having a huge, tendril or claw or whatever you want to call it go over the top of it, it's going to stand out. And after the 60 seconds is up, I mean, it's probably going to get popped, unless it's a dull totem. You're better off incorporating a perk that extinguishes hex totems so survivors can't tell the difference. Maybe makes them less bright or something, or instead of it being lit, it turns black. Or changing, something that can be simply modified. Or adding some sort of status than opposed to just blocking them off. Sort of deception. Well, not deception, because there is a perk deception. Survivors do not receive blood points from Merciful Lies, and it rests the same as other generators. Ghost generators will spawn in areas that generators normally spawn. Well, you're giving yourself a loophole to where survivors will know that it's a ghost generator because they're not receiving blood points. So if you walk into a generator and you start working on it, you accrue blood points and a whole bunch of other crap that you can get off of it. Especially if you're using a toolbox or some sort of other thing, or a perk or anything like that. The fact that you don't receive blood points on it, especially if it's like a cooperative action, that'll be the number one kickoff. You'd have two people, other person touches it, and if you don't get any blood points, it's a ghost gen, and then you just ignore it. Yeah, you're kind of hard nerfing your own thing by putting this note. And I think survivors should get blood points from Merciful Lives. Because, I mean, they are still doing the repair action and things like that. Alright, well, we finally get to the actual power. Vampirism. Is it Klaus or Klaus? Or like Santa Claus, just claws. I don't know, I like Klaus better. Can bite survivors. Biting them will injure them. So is the biting animation just like your basic attack animation? But it just shows like a bite symbol, or how are you going to incorporate the actual head coming in to bite? To my knowledge, no other survivor has any type of animation with the head that interacts with survivors. I mean, like Ghostface has his lean. But what do you mean by biting? Biting them will injure them, but will only down them after biting into them twice in a row without healing. So it's the same as the mouse one attack. As Klaus feeds on survivors, he fills his power bar. Once his power bar is full, he can speed around the map at 7.04 meters a second until his power bar runs out. He is in full control while speeding around the map. I'm gonna need you to define how long it takes to fill this bar and how long you have this speed. Because you're looking at what? Good God, amounts of speed. Because I think even a lunge attack is like 6.4 or something like that. You're looking at 4.6 is regular. And you're looking at essentially 2.4 faster. So more than 150% speed. Veer Vein will spawn across the map. Within 8 meters, survivors will see its aura. Survivors can consume it to reduce the amount of power Klaus feels from feeding Klaus. Well, I see hard nerfs in the future of this. I don't even know if Dead by Daylight, like, hang on, I gotta know. How fast does Hillbilly Run MTV. The Wraith. The Wraith, while cloaked, runs at 6 meters per second. 6. While fully cloaked and running 6 meters per second, and this is 7 while at full power. The Wraith cloaking and uncloaking has a ridiculous amount of speed, and you're going to be faster than that for an extended amount of time. Do you see how insane that is? The Oni zooms, and I don't think he has that much speed. And Oni is very hard. Well, I can't say very hard to get away from, but very hard to get away from who's running straight at you. He moves at... Well, that means Wraith ain't the fastest then. If he moves at 7.82. 7.82 during his dash. Wait. Never mind. 7.82. So you are essentially moving around slightly slower than the Oni at full speed. I don't think that makes... Let me look at this again. Bum, 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 bum. 7.82. 7.82. And he is in full control while speeding around the map. I'll come back to that. Secondary power. Compulsion. In addition to being able to bite survivors and speed around the map, he can also use compulsion. Compelled survivors cannot work on generators until they consume Vervain. Compelled survivors receive Vervain within 16 meters instead of 8. Consuming Vervain only takes 2 seconds. A lot will require testing. He'd be similar to Spirit, but with limitations. And in place of limitations, a slowdown similar to Doctor/Pig. Unlike Spirit, survivors will be able to see him moving, but he'd also be able to see survivors. The exact numbers would need to be worked out, as Power Bar will last a little longer than Spirit's, but would have to be refilled from biting Survivor, which ends her but does only downs if they don't heal between feeding. So I want to look at the Spirit's phase walking speed, I just want basic 7.04. So he moves exactly the same amount of speed as the spirit when phase walking. Which can get all the way up to 8.8. But the spirit is fast and balanced by the fact that she can't see survivors. As with the Oni's dash, you can get a lot of movement through the Oni, but it's not just run free. Movement. It isn't fluid movement, I guess is what I want to say. All of this comes down to this need to be further defined. How long does it take to fill up the bar? Since he fills up from feeding, how many times will he need to feed to get this increase in speed? Because, I mean, like Oni, they could literally make him just suck up blood. Like that. Once the bar is full, he has the ability to speed around the map. While he is in full control. That is the thing that gets me. To be able to move while turning on a dime. Because, you know, some players play with a high sensitivity. So to be able to turn on a dime and be able to do exactly, you know, every single movement with near 100% efficiency is what I don't like about that particular situation. It is going to require a lot of testing and things like that, which will have to go through PTB. Another thing is the feeding effect, because you can't stop and grab a survivor in Dead by Daylight to feed on them. So what it's going to have to be is either the primary attack's going to have to be a bite, or it's going to have to be like the hag where she like slaps him with one of her hands and then she basically drinks the blood off of her hand. If they ain't changed that animation style of feeding, or something like the Oni where the blood orbs just get sucked into him. Then if you're basically basic attack, like anything, like being bit, that kills you if you're fed on twice. I don't know how I feel about that entire situation. Because he slaps you, feeds, slaps you, feeds. I mean, like, how many hits does it take to get to the center of the Tootsie Pop? How many hits does it take to fill up your feed meter? I'm like, how are you gonna rebalance everything to get everything, you know, centered? Then, if the survivor has consumed Vervain after being bit, does compulsion still work on them? Do they have to go and get more? Like, is compulsion like a penalty to survivors for not completely protecting themselves against the vampire? Or is it something that activates regardless? So even if I was to go and eat vervain and go to a generator and then get compulsed, I would have to go and eat more. Because that's how it's set up. Because if so, then compulsion can completely be removed because not allowing survivors to work on generators while also zooming around at over 7 meters per second while having full control of every action you're doing. Like, imagine running as the hillbilly and being able to literally control 100% of where you're going with that chainsaw. That is ridiculous. I don't know. Like he says, it's going to take a lot of balancing. A lot of balancing to get this usable. But there's a lot of vampire ideas out there. So I would combine a lot of the vampire ideas together to flush out one good vampire. And see where you can go from there. I mean, come on, man. Like, come on, man. Boon perk. Survivors within the moon's radius, meter radius can see the aura of all of their survivors on the map. And survivors outside the radius can see the aura of survivors inside the radius. So it's basically a nerfed kindred applied to a boon. That it'd definitely be the man perk when I can get Circle of Healing and a whole bunch of other things. Why would I ever care about seeing the survivors within the boon's radius and which survivors are like, why? I can run empathy and see any survivor that's injured, aka knowing where they're at and where the killer's chasing them at and their actions and things. If it's survive with friends, then people can run kindred. Like you running like solo queuing, I do not see where this helps you get any type of tactical advantage. Because you can see the aura of the boon totem when it first gets put down. Any survivors in the area you can hear, see, or find. But said every killer, every survivor, everybody has that meh perk. It's not good, but it's not bad. Doppelganger. You share your appearance with another. Every time you stun the killer, gain a token. When you have a token, press and hold the active ability to create a doppelganger that will stand in your place for 10 seconds. The doppelganger will not move. The fact, it's just not good. I'm sorry, but it's just not good. And the doppelganger wouldn't be able to move even if you wanted it to, because you have the doctor's hallucinations and things like that that don't move either. Which, I mean, generally, I would just make the hallucinations do the same movements that the regular doctor's doing. No matter how goofy it looks, it'll scare the hell out of the survivor to see a moving hallucination walking backwards or turning or doing anything like that than walking around the corner knowing you're away from them and then there's just the hallucination standing there. It'd be the exact same except for the opposite. I mean, you could make some pretty powerful mind games if you pretend to be a doppelganger and just stand there, but you're putting your butt on their butt on the line doing that. Like I said, doppelganger is not good, but it's also not bad at the same time. Why would I put this in replace of, I don't know, circle of healing, or inner strength, or self-care, or dead hard, or, you know, any of the other meta perks? Why would I trade this out for one of them? Especially if the doppelganger doesn't do anything. It'd be nice if the killer slapped the doppelganger. They got the blinding effect. But I guess that's not really... That can't be used either, because that means the doppelganger would have to have some sort of body to hit. Which means survivors could just put a doppelganger down and then stand right inside of it. The killer would come, slap the doppelganger, get blind, and they would run off. So that won't work either. I can't see it as of now being implemented to where it can actually be usable. It's a nice idea, you know, putting a clone of yourself just standing and looking whatever direction you're looking at. Like, I can see the uses of it in the future if the game ever gets updated to where they can move and actually be utilized and have other types of abilities. But just making a copy of yourself that just stands there and doesn't do anything is just kind of a meh situation. It's not good, it's not bad. You have a dumb, you know, basic baby killer who swings at them all the time. Yeah, that's good. But later on, this perk has no pull because people are just going to look past it. Even if they do fall for it and swing, they're just going to swing and then keep pushing forward. Cheerleader. Okay. See aura of any survivor in chase within 32, 48, or 64 meters. There you go. The statements at the bottom make sense. He just wants her as a survivor, and there wasn't a lot of thought put into this. Because I'm like, see the aura of any survivor in the chase. Why not just run Blood Bond or Empathy or anything like that? Honestly, she wouldn't look good with a Dead by Daylight model. As much as I'd hate to say it. Because you gotta realize, she ain't gonna come in with a professional photography, hair done, see-through shirt, you know, all bam bam bam. She's gonna have to be more haggard and abused and Dead by Daylight-esque. You know, the horror aspect's gonna come in. Even Miss Judy with the big booty don't look the same. Oh, 4 hours? Just about. I wonder if there's anything that's... Do not make me do Fatal Frame. Fatal Frame. Baldi's Basics. That's a good mean one. Horror helping in taking place in school. Survivors Johnny. Killers Baldy. of Johnny's perks is an energy bar. Lets Johnny move slightly faster than your average survivor. Safety scissors makes Johnny more easily able to unhook themselves. Why not just use deliverance? That's a guaranteed unhook. Energy flavored zesty bar. Slightly faster, please define. Oh, who are we kidding? It's a meme. Slightly faster is not going to be much faster, unfortunately. Deliverance. Baldy's ability. You can think pad. Okay. Solving math problems ain't gonna happen. You could make it a skill check system, maybe. Ruler smack. Baldy teleports forward. Speedy challenge. Everything's increased. Stealth's increased. I'm gonna bail out of that one. I'm also gonna bail out of that one. So I've been playing Rocket League on my extra modes account because I've been bored here and not really wanting to try that hard. And I gotta say that I've had some pretty amazing games. I'd say out of the last couple of days I've played, I've probably only had 3 games where people were just awkward and didn't know what they were doing. But it's been fun playing. People are actually good. Not like super freaking everybody SSL good, but they've been like Grand Champion 2, lower Grand Champion 3 good. Some people have just been straight up champ, and it's been weird playing with champs and a bunch of grand champions all slammed together. And you can tell too, because the GCs would have their act more together. Well, I don't say their act, they'd have the game sense and the positioning. For champions, you can tell we're trying extremely hard to stop, Cortana, stop. For the champions, you can tell we're trying way too hard to keep up with basic play. And the thing that the champs didn't realize, oh, not Rocket League, by the way. The thing that the champs didn't realize is that, lost my train of thought. Thank you, computer. The thing that the champ didn't realize is that it was that the GCs were just positioning better, which gave them better angles at the ball and things like that. We had a guy that got mad at us saying that we were ball chasing because we were beating him to every ball and all of that. Well, he would jump at the ball from across the map. One of us who was in the better position would take it. He would get mad and say, okay. He would land and immediately go after the ball again. One of us would be there, or the guy who took the ball the first time would be going for a double tap, going to make the play, and he would zoom by again. Then he would steal the corner boost that his teammate who just tried a double tap or whatever was going for, and he would run back, and they would clear the ball. He would jump for the ball again. By this time, somebody else who was in a better position would go for it. He got mad, said that we were trash and ball chasers and all of this other things, and I'm going to update Rocket League though. Called us trash and a whole bunch of other things, and I was just like, bro, save the replay, like review your actual game performance, you know? I have a lot of experience in the game, and he's a grand champion as well. And we know the positionings of, where we should be and where the ball is going to go to in the long run. And you're just jumping from side to side, all the way across one side of the map to the other, and expecting to arrive at the ball first. How do I update this? And he just didn't understand. He ended up getting extremely frustrated. Calling us trash and ball chasers and all the toxic attitudes that lower levels have towards higher levels. Ranks. Lower ranks don't understand what control is. They don't understand what real speed is. They don't understand what game sense is, what positioning is. They understand rotation, and they'll rotate even though they shouldn't be rotating. When they should position up, oh, they've been there too long, they gotta rotate. They come up, they touch the ball one time, passing it to the other team, oh, gotta rotate out. And if you don't go after their missed touch shot, they want to tell you, take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Then they want to cut rotation, jump over you, and go for it, causing an even worse situation, possibly a goal, because now it's a double kill. When you say something about it, they say that you're slow and you're trash and you don't know what you're doing. When you're like, bro, they were going to pass the ball right back to me. You jumped over my head and then you passed it to their teammate on the side awaiting the pass. Resulting in us basically double committing and them getting a free team play. Because now you overcommitted and hit the ball to them, putting me out of position now. You flip forward, you're out of this. I have to turn around and try to get back and cover the other teammate who now has a 3v1 situation. When you're at a higher rank, teams are savages. Absolute savages. If they see somebody do something stupid like that and it's a 3v1, you best believe that goalie's gonna get demoed. Or double tapped or dunked on. If he's in a strong position, he's probably gonna get demoed. If he's in a position that they can work around, he's probably gonna get passed on. And if he's a very good goalie and he's been causing problems all game, they'll just wipe him out of the equation and do a team play and score. I'm backwards heading back towards goal, opposite post. Teammates in goal trying to contend with the 3 people coming at him, trying his best. Our teammate flips forward, lands, continues to go all the way to their side to get boost. Stops and waits for one of us to pass it to him, like we're just going to get control of it and be able to send it out. Just because one guy was running the GC tag. He goes, gets a 50-50. Boom. It lands right on the corner, or bottom right corner of goal. I hit the ball out, because, well, that's the only thing I can do when it's still a 2v1 situation. And I clear it into the other corner. Teammate's still back there on the other side waiting on the pass. And now I'm like, what do? I have the choice of leaving my not very good position, but still in goal. Other teammate ain't back yet. I'm back, man, so I can either keep pushing and just leave it till whatever. I can give them free ball control, let them make a play and try to block it. Or I can just shut up and position up. I elected to shut up and position up. He passes it over, he hits it, hits right on the top of the crossbar. You know, where it hits and it falls halfway in the goal and bounces. Lands right there. I go to turn, jump and hit the ball, and right as I touch the ball out, another guy, which they always do, reads the touch, scores it on me. Nothing I can do in that situation. I tried to position up as best I can. It got hit a little bit farther from me, and luckily for them, hit that top crossbar and fell halfway in. There's only one angle I had to clear that. If I faked it, he would have just bounced it off of me in. So I had to go for a 50-50 there. Or a fake or anything like that, or a fast clear. Unfortunately, there wasn't much I can do, because it's still a older team versus you situation. Other teammate, if I had found a way to hit it behind me or something, he could have helped me, but he's still coming back from the opposite side. So I did what anybody else would do. I drove, and I hit the ball as physically hard as possible as I could, and they did what anybody else would do in that situation. Read the hit, and then just dunked it right back in goal. I'm told I'm not a GC, I'm more like a plat, I'm trash, blah 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 blah. When the entire time all this is happening, he's sitting over the other side of the corner, or their corner on their side, just chilling. Rest of the game, because we wouldn't forfeit, because, well, we were still having basically a decent amount of fun. Every time you touched the ball, whether it was a good touch, if it didn't go in, nice shot, great pass, all of this other stuff. If they touched it after you touched it, great pass. If you touched the ball, even though you were passing it to a teammate or to him, he would say, great pass, as they took possession of it, or a nice shot. I went, had a shot on goal, passed it to my teammate, he hit it, it hit off the back wall, barely missing goal, and I get nice shot, and I'm like, bro, I was passing it to my teammate, and you're nice shotting me. Or he was being disrespectful of that teammate, because that's just what low levels do. They don't understand. I almost made a great mistake. They don't understand that, hey, you're part of the problem. Just because you're not doing anything don't mean you're not doing anything wrong. Will be all part of the play, and I'll pass the ball to him. Like, I can't make a direct shot on goal. He's over in their corner. I'll pass it to him. Because he's a lower rank, he's already rotating back instead of picking up my pass for the easy open goal that I gave him. Then he wants to say, nice shot. And I'm like, bro, I was passing it to you. What do you mean, nice shot? I understood what I was doing. My teammate understood what I was going for, but he wasn't used to that type of play. So he's driving all the way backwards towards goal, and I'm passing it to him for an easy shot. Copyrighted music, yeah, I don't care. Turn this down. Hey, be alright. You're gonna have to adjust your sound. I should have pre-warned. That's my bad. Alright, so this should be just diamond and low champions. I'm on that account, my lower. Because, well, talking and playing at the same time. Kind of a pain. Wow. They went back up the wall, bounced it, and neither one of them were in a good enough position. So that's what I'm talking about. He was off his teammate's butt over in the corner instead of that goal. And the other guy was just chilling, I guess getting boost or something on the other side. Low levels don't understand positioning. Nice. Teammates back up. And it's just kind of a what situation? And how does this happen? That's not going on. He's got a full court clear. I hear somebody. Nice touch. They are in bad positions. Whoever's in our goal right now had a very bad rotation. He went in middle then out. If they would have taken their time, they could have scored on him easily there. Let's see what he does. You see that? That's their rotation. Going all the way here and then immediately turning back out. And that is their rotation. I thought he was going for a demo. It's not smart to do. You're not in any usable position. I don't need boost. I'm just going to chill. I'm not going to go for that. 100% cleared. No problem. He's going to pass it to him. That's still no problem. I'm going to try to pass it. There we go. In a general way to where my teammate can get to it first. Beat this guy. Maybe hit it up again. As long as I can read where the ball's going, I'm going to keep fisting again. When I see or can't tell where the ball's going, then I'm going to select to not 50 it. Say, don't go for something, especially in their corner, that you can't read. Nice. They're up each other's butts. If two people are in one corner, challenging who's going to score. I'm not going to. I'm not going to come up and triple commit. Hit that off for 90. There we go. I can read that. That's fine, guy. You don't have to continue. Let me pass it. You can say okay, but you had no boost to continue that, son. After that first hit, you should have bugged out. So what he did is, he was trying to air dribble and be fancy and do all of this, but what was going to happen is, he was going to use all his boost to get to the side and then make a weak touch to the side, allowing them to fully clear it back our side. Whereas if you hadn't touched it the second time and you let me take control, I could have gotten out. I could have a lot better play and pass out. Should I cut him there? If this was a higher level, well, it wouldn't have happened in a higher level lobby. But if it was a higher level lobby, I wouldn't have interfered. Because that wouldn't have happened. But in this particular instance, I'm not going to sit there and let this guy air dribble it up and then immediately slow pass it over to them. We want to keep up some sort of speed. So all it's going to do is roll down in front of them and then they're going to have a free shot on goal. And my controller's pulling to the right. Oh, what a demo. It reminds me of my old kickoff I used to go through. There we go, free ball control. Should have been free ball control. Missing. Definitely missing because he decided to, that was not a pass, son. That was a setup for a very slow double touch that I was going to go for. You slammed it off the wall. Also as our back man. Double the badness. Well, okay.
What a play!
He saved it though. Let him hit it to me. See, now I have to continue with the demo. And they have to contend with the basic own goal.
Saved by the keeper!
Get this up high, making me the stupid touch. Teammates ready. Nobody's back. I'm gonna head back. You see this middle rotation that he just did? That's terrible rotation practice. He would have had a better angle if he went cross coast rotation and a better clear. Like that. Where are you gonna hit that, son? You're aiming straight at the wall. Get this nice and high. You see that middle rotation that I did there? Straight in. I came all the way back and then got into a better position. I didn't just cut right back out. For those who are going to say, oh, hypocrite. Keep in mind when I did afterwards. Pass that back to him. Never mind, he kept going forward. Why would you follow me after bumping me into your oblivion? Just hit that up. I'm going to hit this backwards actually. Free ball control. Not handled very well, but really not handled well. Just going to keep faking. No need for me to challenge that. As you can see, remember what I said about the rotation and then just hitting the ball, banging the ball, doing things like that. Now it's his turn to bang the ball. Now it's his turn to bang the ball. That's what I'm talking about. That's their rotation. The people to be terrified of are the ones that actually take the time to control the ball or fake when you challenge. Those are the ones you should be terrified of. Very long rotation, so just in case he took that shot, I could save it. Also, cool. I could go for that, but there's better angles. I'm gonna fake this, make him try to make a dummy touch. He's gonna bop it. Yes, sir. I'm gonna go all the way in and make a very long rotation so I have this better angle. I make that short rotation. Put it up high over. I don't know what he was doing behind me. Fake it. Get control of their boost. Pass it mid. Hopefully he scores that.
60 seconds left on the clock.
Ooh, he's got a nice clear. He's in the way. There's nothing I can do here but stall now. That's in. There's nothing I can do in that situation but stall because he got in the way. Then, instead of letting it go cross goal where it was safe, he hit it back into the danger zone. So now we gotta play more aggressive for no reason. Ooh, I got demo behind me right there. He's going for a lot of demo. I'm gonna pass to my teammate, or you know, teammate's gonna come after me for whatever reason, and I'm right there in front of it. So hard to make plays with lower ranks because they're so gung-ho to do things. Take that. I now have no boost. No! I wanted the double touch, dude. I even slowed my car down so I could get it. And he's gung-ho. No. Absolutely not. I was like, I'm just gonna hit it ever so slightly. I slowed my car down to a basic crawl to make sure that I'd have enough time after touching that to get this double touch. Teammate from behind me hits me into the goal. I'm not even lined up for the goal. Slams me into it, makes me hit the wall. Why are you up? Why are you behind me? If anything, you should be on the other side of the goal to cover if I miss. We have a bunch of mistouches, back to back to back to back. teammate here is finally getting back and then re-challenging with no boost. Puts me in a very bad situation. If he would have just rotated back behind me, we would have been good. I'm gonna chill back because that teammate's unreliable. He has no momentum on wall. And I'm just gonna sit and go. Because at this situation right here, there's nothing I can do to work with these teammates. And he jumped off. Thank you. He jumped down. I thought he was going for it. Then he hit the ground, and by that time I was like, oh well. It's gone now. He did not aim that, but that's fine. He'd have been better off taking that. I can't get to that. And there's some boost. Oh boy. Go for a hit to the side. I honestly don't care if it goes in or not. It's not worth the time. I'm so disappointed. That I kind of just want to go to the next game, but I also don't, because these guys aren't even that tough. He's gonna hit it. Oh, nope, he did not hit it. Send it forward. Double. Okay. You mind getting off me? Nope. I'm gonna put it up as high as possible because they can't seem to score high shots. They're trying too much to be too fast. As you can see, that guy, he can't even wave dash correctly because he's trying to go way too fast. Put this over his head. Now there's two of them without boost, and we could have scored here, but elected he threw the ball away. We had two people without boost because they kept being aggressive. And instead of pushing that advantage, they do things like that, like Ponzi passes of deaths off the side of it. I don't even care if I touch the ball. Like I said, this match is stuff. Look at this. This makes no sense what they're doing right now. None. Look, he's trying to be so fast that he's just not going anywhere. He's gone backwards more than he's gone forwards. He touched the ball straight up, and it did nothing for him. He hit the ball almost into his own goal. Stop trying to play fast and just take your time. You'll learn how to play fast in the future. Right now, you need to learn how to play the game. Like that. Why throw that away? He was back and faking, and everybody else was at a distance or heading back. He had all the time in the world and passed it back to him. Send the 50. No, I was too fast. What I wanted to do was 50 it off his calling to his goal, but I was too fast. Since they all like to go for every single touch, I was going to use that to my advantage. That's all I'm trying to do with the game. Basically use one of them, hitting the ball to them, make them put it in a dumb spot, and score off of them. I'll show you what I mean next time I get ball control. Now watch this. Oh, I missed. So all we want to do is going to 50 off him for a perfect 90. He hit it way off. If he hits it straight behind him, he'll punch it back to me. And that would have been a goal. Oh, there's the goal. See you later. Like I said, I start resuming commentary and doing things right as soon as we get to the next game. This game was scuffed by start, and I don't really like this scuff of games. Granted, they are lower level, but they just don't have that game sense. Just knock it down. And that. Bye-bye. The beginning of the game, they were playing so bad that there was nothing that I could do to help them out. That's how bad their playstyle was. No matter how hard I would have tried, I wouldn't have been able to do anything. Alright, let's jump back into this. I'm gonna go for a nuke, but never mind, I ain't gonna go for crap. We're gonna lag. I was gonna go for a neutral kickoff and try to stall it just to see the speed of everybody in the game, but nice touch, not on the net though. That's all I care about is blocking towards the net. Get rid of that bump. Should be a goal, but I don't have any hope. Or they can own goal. There is no shot of him scoring this. And they own goal. Why? Because he didn't do post-side rotation. If he post-sided rotation and hit the ball, odds are he would have hit the shit out. But instead, he did that in the middle of goal rotation and at an inlet. All from a lack of positioning determines whether that goal is scored or not. Like this. Both of them double challenged our corner, leaving that open. And their third, I'm assuming, went for boost or something. Oh, boy. Not a great pass. Free goal. You know what happened here. Batman decided I want to go up two. And triple play. The thing that gets me is, after he touched it, I jumped for it, but my teammates seen me going for it, and elected, I'm gonna go for it too. And then the Batman was just like, I'm done. Don't do that. Don't do that. Great pass. Don't ever hit the ball one time out in the midfield and then just leave the ball sitting there. Talk about absolute dumb. That's it. When you get boosted in corners, you always want to turn back towards the wall, never turn out. He has 68 points or 70 or whatever, but okay. Oh, he's trying to throw. Oh, see. He's trying to throw now. Remember what I said earlier about whether you touch the ball or not, you're going to get nice swings, great passes, things like that. That type of guy right there. All for me calling them out on the right pass. If you're gonna get called out, you hit the ball to the middle and then left. Let it sit. And then your teammate ended up getting scored on because of it. That was a terrible clear, by the way. Don't do what I did there. Just drive it out. Just drive it. Don't let that go. Oh boy, you fake to get full control of the ball. Remember what I said earlier about the take the shots and things like that because they don't understand basic positioning? There you go. He's obviously an underranked person who's mad at a situation he should never be mad at. Boom! Dunk. He's with me. I'll give him a free win. I'll carry him just to prove a point. Nope. And no way. I only play GC3s for that's great. I'm a GC too. That is great. I would love to go up against some GC3s. Bum 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 bum. Yes, because you're a line sack, buddy. I called you out and you left. That's good. I don't want to lose rank because of you. I would play absolutely fine. is this? Oh. Oh! He says bad teammates, I swear to God. You can give me any answer I would be cool with except for bad teammates. Also, I probably should pay attention to what I'm doing, huh? As soon as I was gonna add hoops, we get a drop shot. I say if we get scored on there, I'm gonna be extremely angry. I should probably die on my man. We're in trouble. Well, it's undeniable that he's at least champ. At least higher than champ 2. Because he does have a semblance of a brain. So I will give him that. That panic hit right there costed them everything. I cannot keep up with that. Oh, hey. Okay. He got absolutely dunked on. He's fine. And made him hit it backwards. What a waste of an opportunity. Ooh, ooh. I tried. That's open. That's a double. Shouldn't have touched that. Shouldn't have come here. Made him touch it stupid. It should be a goal. That's fine. It's better to be a kick. I can't say better. It should be a kickoff goal if we win. If we win. Actually upset. Fun. If I'm busting up this time. Yep, that's a faking situation. I missed the double. See me. Alright, I need to continue to talk. I cannot just delay. Phone's going off. What a save. Gotta get another touch there, buddy. There we go. Right up above them. That demo ruined me. I just knew he had that shit, and then he got fucking demo. Too hard. Wow. not go up for a ceiling check. Oh. A nice try. Actually hilarious. Well, and that, friends, be how the cookie crumble. It's like I've always said, if they have a GC tag on, they suck at extra modes. And he nagged at us the entire time, but he was the lowest in score every time he nagged. Then he got a little bit of score up, and then passed it to the other team and got us scored on. And it's just like, wow. You definitely have that GC, not even real GC, but that fake GC attitude. Like he was carried to a tournament win at Champ 2. And now he's talking about it. I do regret not playing on my main account. I wouldn't have ran into any of them and wouldn't have to deal with Mr. Storm over there. See, the fact that he felt the need to flex by wearing a GC tournament tag in an extra mode is why I know he sucks at the extra mode. That's how you know. When somebody has to flex what they're playing, that's how you know they're not that great. So if you have to wear an RNG champ, or RNG genius, or whatever, now we're talking about GCs, RNG champ title on Rumble, and then talk crap to your teammates, you obviously ain't good at the game, bro. Especially if it's a season 1 and we're on season 5. Oh yeah, come on. No. Come on, bro. Come on. Oh. That was pure lag, but I still would have scored. And of course he's not there. It didn't matter, they're on a team anyway. I don't even feel like trying. And I'm lagging. Oh, there's another spot lag. 145 team, let's go. I can't move more than 2 feet without getting spot lag. Don't. Well, that's 3 points. Nope, I'm gonna keep it close. Apparently lag some more and not be able to see what the heck I'm doing. Take that. He's gonna hit it, doesn't matter. He hit it back even farther, so now I have to change my angle. Keep that from bopping. Half to 50 though. He's gonna, oh! I'm lagging. Take the ball. Tried to pinch it in. It was close. I should go for a demo here. Yep. That would have been smart. They wouldn't have got those points. I'll read these. Boink! Great pass. I had to think about it, but it all turned out good. That's right, I was trying to let the other guy know. And like, dude, you ain't gotta play super fast. That's GC1 talk. Playing super fast and not really thinking about what you're doing. No braining it. That's GC1 talk. When I kind of believed that he was, the lag, C2 and C3. Because they're all based on speed and no braining it. Bro, we gotta hit that. And I'm like, you're in that part of the game where you think you're superior to everybody because you got that speed and that flow, but you don't have that developed game sense to keep pushing or to play smartly. Oh, teammate, you just really scuffed me and it's lagging again. I gotta clear it cross. Sorry. It's gotta go. I'll take whatever consequences happen. Something told me to go for that, but he was behind me in a better position. Bump me one more time. I can put it up. Teammates on you now. That's in. Trusted you, teammate. I trusted you. I put it in front of you. I tried. Oh no, come on, bro. See, I don't like that guy's positioning. He positions to where he has the better angle over the ball for me, so I let him take the shot, then he don't go for it. Then I'm stuck having to turn around and fix his mistakes. I don't like that. It's a nice touch. We're boned because he's already cutting me off. So I just got to kind of bop it out and see what I can get from it. I can air dribble this down, but that's fine. Put it to the side. He gave them 3 points. Get it up. Can I catch it again? Nope. Teammate touched it. It's out of my hands. That was in until he bounced it to the side. That's fine though. We'll just straight down pointage. Should be a goal. Never mind. That's fun. Don't touch it. God damn it! Every time, bro. You're just giving them 3 points. It's more 3 points. If I touch it, they're gonna score. So all I can do is just hold it. Try to waste time. If I would have hit that, they'd have scored. They were already perched up, ready for it. Why did I pass it to the blue guy? I thought that was my teammate. I was like, oh, he's got a better shot. He can do that. It's not your teammate, brother. It's not your teammate. Now, just stall it. Or hit it back to him and give them a better shot on goal. That works too. That's a win. MVP. Same people, same games, same difficulty level, except for that random ass platinum that came to mind. I believe he's smurfing. They have a champ too. Wait, wasn't there a rank disparity system that prevented this from happening? Or does it not apply to extra modes? Or did they take that out? Does rank disparity system not exist anymore? Because if you're going to make it ranked on everything. The guy is a Platinum 1 and was able to keep up, so he was obviously smurfing. I don't know. I ain't gonna think about it too hard. Did I ever take hoops off? I really wanted to play a hoops match with him. That guy was decent, but his temper is what made him play bad. That and being in that, like I said, around C3, GC1, all ball chase all day type of situation. And it's not ball chasing, it's speed. GC1 or C3 to GC1 is incorporated by speed. The faster you are, I don't like this lag by the way. The faster you are, the more acknowledgement and skill that people will recognize you with in GC1. Then you start getting out of GC1 and you realize that something's missing. You're fast, but you keep getting beat. Those 50s, you keep losing. People are faking you, doing all kinds of other things, making you look like an absolute chump. You're running around thinking you're doing everything. You look at the scoreboard, you only got like 80 points. Your teammates had 500 and it feels like they weren't doing anything. It's because they passed the speed thing. They've gotten that speed boost. Now they have game sense and positioning. And they understand how the game works fundamentally. Then you get the GC2 comfortably and you start getting the GC3, which I've gotten to the bottom of GC3, but I don't like calling myself GC3 because I'm at the bottom of it. Like, I never called myself Champ 1 until I was almost Champ 2. I called myself a Diamond. That's how my internal honor system works. Diamond 3 is Champ 1. It doesn't matter. Champ 3 is GC1. It doesn't matter. It's the same. So I didn't call myself GC till I hit GC2. Well, it was like GC1 to 4. Till I was comfortably staying there and not dropping back out. And I got the GC2, and I'm starting to get up to GC3, bouncing back and forth. I'll call myself GC2 even though I've hit GC3. My initial problem is that I played this game since Supersonic Acrobatic Rocket Power Metal Cars. I'm tired of this game. I am bored of this game. I have 7 different Smurfs with 7 different camera angles. This is my Diamond / Champ 1 account, but it has a completely different camera settings than my main, or my, I guess you'd say secondary main, but my extra modes account that I actually play Drop Shot in. And it's like, I'm sitting here chilling in the game, and I'm being told, oh, you suck. You're a platinum. You're all this other shit. And I'm like, buddy, I'm chilling. Not only am I chilling, I'm streaming, and I'm constantly talking for the most part, while I'm doing every single action, which takes your concentration 100 different ways, in 100 different places. And yet, all the while, I'm still playing right about as good as you are. That's why my extra modes count is I'm playing at 60% chill. I generally don't put in full effort. Unless, you know, it's like a really good game and I get really into it, then I'll put in more effort. I don't like trying. And with this lackluster, non-trying attitude, I managed to get to GC2 comfortably without having to give 100% the entire time. Oh, that was laggy, but okay. And I think that's why people get so pissed off at me when I say I'm GC2. They're like, you're not GC2, you're trash. It's like, I'm not trash, I'm just not giving that effort that you're giving. I'm not gonna 100% try to blow everybody out every single game. I don't have low self-esteem issues, you know? I just want to play the game, have a good time, and chill. I don't care who wins or loses. When I tell you my rank, I'm not telling you my rank to flex on you or anything like that. Now, if you flex on me and say that you're a champ, or a GC1 or some shit like that, I'm gonna laugh at you. Because I've been there. I know what C3 and GC1s are. It's all about just speed and no brain. Yeah, I'm gonna laugh at you. That's not anything to flex about. You don't hear me saying, oh, I hit GC3. Yep. I hit GC3. I'm on it. I got it. Yes, sir. Like, no. GG. I don't know. It's just a little rant to filling these basically dark spots until I can actually get an actual game that's worth commentating. And yeah, I'm like, they're like, oh, you're trashing the game. I'm like, I'm GC2. I think I know something about the game. I'd hope so. And they're like, hey, you're not GC2. You're trash. You're this, you're that, you're that. And I'm like, I didn't tell you I was GC2 to start an argument. Like, I know what I am, guy. I know what I am, and I know what I do. Pass this out. He could beat the heck out of him. I could go for that, but there's no point. Yep. Just keep on faking. Teammate should be back. There we go. I gave him free ball control and he threw it away, kind of, but it worked for him. Teammate, you weren't supposed to go for that. Oh, I don't even know why I'm up in here. This is like, I had no plan of where to hit that, dude. Ooh. Ooh, that leg. Oh. Act like I'm going to the wall, take it over, cross it back over. Should have got that demo. This is bad. Just gonna put it up high, make them both go for it, apparently. We have free ball control. Do what you do. Oh. Oh? I should have just continued to freestyle. Jesus Christ. Okay. Ooh, my overclock program for my graphics card crashed. That's why it's lagging. I don't know why it's been doing that here recently. I've redone the graphics card, re-downloaded everything, and it just continues to do what it wants to do. That was the slowest and saddest double touch golf. He came in with that middle lane rotation. Remember, if he would have done the cross post rotation, he would have had that. He went right middle goal and then turned out. Don't do that. Force yourself to do cross post rotation. Things like that don't happen as often. Don't hit across. Oh, Lord have mercy. Why you bullying me? I'm already lagging. Get out of here. Hard clear. They're all up. Ooh. Take this burst. Can't see. It's lagging. That's cool. Cross post rotation makes an easy save. Don't care, just pass it back to you. Well, try to pass it back to you. This spot lag is ridiculous. Just lag once and then leave me alone for the rest of the game. Jesus. Sad thing is I'm still doing decent here, despite all of that. Up. Send it up. Cool. That's cool. Yep. Yep. Why are you electing the lag this game? Is it the map? Like, what has hurt you, computer? Oh, teammate. I thought he owned goal. I was like, he is fed up with my crap. Baby. Tried to get a ceiling shot. Don't know why I tried anything fancy. I should stick to regular play when I'm in this type of condition. I should have just shot that. I don't know why. I put that behind him. I literally could have just scored that. I forgot these are lower level games. All yours, buddy boo. Bumped him. Free ball control. Finish it. Oh my lord. Hopefully the sound keeps skipping and all that coming through. Fast boy. Oh. That's unfortunate. Why are you pre-jumping that? He didn't even have control of the ball. You was already there. And it lagged. I got demoed. Holy, a lot happened now. Excellent. Nope, he didn't own goal. don't have a lot of control about what I can do right now, and I'm not happy. I'm gonna put it up. Put it up again. We'll pass it over like a dummy. Because it's all about, and that's goal. So it's all about speed, no brain, just speed. Doink! And an on go. Beautiful. Well, I was gonna play for a couple hours and then probably switch to DVD, but you see what's happening or not. I don't know if the lag shows 3. I'm not entirely sure. It might just look like I'm just sitting there on your screen. But it's nice playing, going through reviews and all that. I still need to rename the stream, and so if you have commented or something like that, I'll see them then. Well, I appreciate anybody that stopped by. That's epic. Let's see. Yeah, I can't even interact with this. Alright, well, thanks for stopping by. Whenever this decides to stop the stream, I guess it shall. Remember, supplement your lifestyle.